and should be a touchdown. Here we go. Bryson Mars has got his back behind him. It is Jaquindon Jackson. Here's the snap. Bryson Barnes looking deep. He's got a man. It's caught! He's gone! Touchdown early!
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to College Football Wraparound. I am so glad that you could join us here this morning. We've got a lot to get into today, and so, of course, we're going to start with talking about Kirk Ferentz. He's our leadoff story. Then we're going to talk about Christian Clark, the Texas running back. We're going to talk about Will Howard. We're going to talk about Dylan Raiola. And then we're going to predict these 4 games today in the FBS. Because I got to tell you, that is some very awesome stuff going on today. So, of course, we got a lot going on. So, right now, also, so there we go. Got that set up. So let's go ahead and dive into it. As you know, we also will, after college football wraparound is over with, we will have coverage of Florida State and Georgia Tech right here on Savor Broadcast Network. So let's dive into it. Kirk Ferentz has been suspended for some recruiting violations. So what does this mean? So this is an article from ESPN. It says Iowa football coach Kirk Ferentz and assistant John Budmeyer are suspended for the Hawkeye season opener as part of a school-imposed penalty for a recruiting violation in late 2022. Ferentz, the longest tenured coach in the FBS, who had led Iowa since the 1999 season, admitted to a Level 2 violation for contacting a player and his family prior to him entering the transfer portal. And then it goes on to explain more. So, first off, my initial reactions to this, I'll say the biggest thing here is that it's really been, the college game has really turned more into professional league football now. And so, really, the question is, I think a lot of people have a question of, okay, well, the school's imposing this penalty, but how do we get to that point? Well, here's the thing. It said that it was before the transfer portal, before the player entered the transfer portal. Now we don't know what player this is that Iowa had contacting. But the problem here is that, and I think it's a lot of you can see that this is a lot like the NFL. These coaches see that this player is potentially going to get open, go look for new teams. So you're trying to get ahead of it and try to get that player. Now, I see where this is really it sucks for Iowa that they got to deal with this kind of situation without your head coach, but I think this gives a lot of motivation to this Hawkeye football team. Now, I will say they are not one of the top 25 teams in the Savor Broadcast Network poll this season. Well, the early portion of the season, but of course, Iowa's always a team that could show up at any point and just be a decent football team, one that you're not going to want to mess with. So, of course, I think Iowa really is just going to come down to, how does this affect their team, and really does this motivate them to play even harder? We'll see. Of course, there's a lot you can dive into. And like I said, the transfer portal stuff, we still don't have a clear and definite answer as to how can you go about recruiting these players out of the transfer portal, because you can't do it early, but then if you don't do it at some point, you're going to lose the player because they could enter the transfer portal and then that next day transfer to their school. So it's really a tough situation to be in if you are any college football team at all. Um, so yeah, that's the whole situation with Kirk Ferentz. Um, so he will be suspended for the season opener this season. So let's move on to our next topic and talk about Christian Clark, the Texas running back. Now, this is about 11 days ago during practice. He torn his Achilles. So this is coming from Sports Illustrated. So it says Texas Athletics confirmed Tuesday that, and this is still a couple days, about a week and a half ago, that freshman running back Christian Clark suffered a torn Achilles during Monday's practice and will miss the entire 2024 season. And then here's a quote. Texas freshman running back Christian Clark sustained a torn Achilles tendon in practice on Monday, will undergo surgery and be out for the season, the team said in a statement. Texas has already lost sophomore running back C.J. Baxter for the season and will now have to rely on a three-man group of Jaden Blue, Trey Wisner, and Jarrett Gibson, with Clark now out. So you lost two of your top backs in training, like in fall camp for Texas. This is a big deal if you are a Texas Longhorn fan, because the thing is that you're down two running backs. Now, granted, just like I said about the C.J. Baxter situation, I don't know if you necessarily have to run the ball a lot. It is good to have a good to rely on if you are Texas. But I think that their passing game is going to be dynamic enough that it can get you where you want to go. Of course, like I said, being down two running backs is really going to test and see what is this Texas team made of. Because if this is the team that which in the Savor Broadcast Network poll, we have them number 2. So clearly we're very high on Texas. We'll see how they do. We got Georgia at number 1 right now. But Texas, we're going to see, does this affect how they play throughout the season? Now, again, this is a freshman running back who could have had his chance to play. Now he doesn't. So we're going to see what happens next year. Of course, you have to suspect that both him and C.J. Baxter next year are going to be the top backs for this team. So we're going to see what happens with this Texas Longhorns football team. It's going to be very interesting, as always. So, of course, Texas is down another running back, folks. That is just kind of a sad situation to be in. So, all right, let's move on. Will Howard, the quarterback from Ohio State. Now, granted, if we go back and talk about this, and that is that Will Howard, he began his college football career as the quarterback at Kansas State. Now, how did he actually become starting quarterback? I believe, if this is correct, Adrian Martinez was the starting quarterback for Kansas State a few years ago. He gets hurt. Will Howard has to come in the game, and then at that point, Will Howard just basically took over. He was the starting quarterback for Kansas State, and he did a good job. Now, this is a guy that he can throw. I mean, he's got a decent throwing arm. He can really get out of the pocket and scramble. Now, he has been named the starting quarterback after a competition within fall camp for the Ohio State Buckeyes. Here's the question, okay? because there have been moments where at Kansas State he was a little inconsistent. The question now coming is that can he be consistent enough to help this Ohio State team get where they want to go? That's the question I think a lot of people have. Because really, if you think about it, there's two big questions with Ohio State. One being, like I said, can Will Howard be consistent enough to play at a high level and take Ohio State to a national championship during a 12-team playoff? Second question being, because Ryan Day has a lot of questions around him. Can he coach this team good enough? I will say this. With the hiring of Chip Kelly as the offensive coordinator, I think that's a great hire for offense because Chip Kelly is a great offensive mind. So having Chip Kelly as the offensive coordinator, I think, is a great addition to this Ohio State team. But of course, it all hinges on can Will Howard bring that spectacular play to Ohio State? Can he actually play it at a high level? We're gonna see. We will see about that soon enough. So, I personally, I'm a little skeptical because I think Will Howard can be good enough to get you through a Big Ten schedule, but can you get, let's say you get to the college football playoff. How are you going to perform in the playoff? The playoff's the biggest moment of the season. So that's going to be the question that I think a lot of people have. So, of course, we will wait and see. Now, in our other quarterback news, Dylan Raiola, the freshman quarterback for Nebraska, he has been named the starting quarterback. Now, you may be confused because you may be looking at that and being like, he kind of looks like a certain quarterback that we watch in the NFL all the time. That's because he is a huge fan of Patrick Mahomes, and Dylan Raiola, he tries to imitate Mahomes as much as possible. I mean, kind of pulls it off, to be honest. But other than that, we're looking at Dylan Raiola, and this is a guy who, he's a freshman, as we said. I'm trying to get some, we're going to try to find some stats for him. But this is a guy, now, first of all, he has family that, I believe I want to say it was his dad that played linebacker for Nebraska a long time ago. So he's got ties to Nebraska. He was originally committed to the Georgia Bulldogs to be the starting quarterback. I mean, well, he probably would have been the starting quarterback after Carson Beck, but ends up going to Nebraska. He's a starter. And of course, he's got a great coach in Matt Rule, folks. I mean, Matt Rule, incredible coach. So, and of course, one thing that probably helped is that Raiola is from Georgia. So, this is a guy. I mean, he's a 6'3", 230-pound quarterback. Another thing that they mention here is that he loves to buy time in the pocket, and then he has the ability to drop the elbow and use baseball-like angles to work around traffic, which is certainly tantalizing. But normal release is just as impressive as he mirrors his upper and lower halves together with a fluid, repetitive motion. So, really, the best comparison, just like we said, he likes to look like Patrick Mahomes. He is a Patrick Mahomes style quarterback. So imagine this Nebraska team. It's all about Dylan Raiola being a Patrick Mahomes style quarterback, bringing that to Nebraska. Nebraska is a team that's going to be, we don't have them ranked, but they most certainly could be in that position to be really good. A lot of people, and I heard this morning, there's some pundits on ESPN saying that Nebraska could be 7-0 going into Columbus, Ohio, to play the Buckeyes, Ohio State. So that game could potentially be the biggest game Nebraska has played in years. I mean, probably in my lifetime, because I'm young. So in my lifetime, this could probably be the biggest game Nebraska football will play, because this could be a potential that Nebraska could go out and beat Ohio State if they're good enough. Now, we're going to have to wait and see, because that is such a long time away. We don't really know. And like I like to say here on this channel, we do not predict anything about the playoff. When it comes to when the regular season starts, we don't predict the playoff until we get to the first playoff rankings. Then we start talking about, okay, do we agree with the playoff rankings and who we think should be in it? So, of course, this year's going to be a lot of questions coming with how this playoff is going to be set up. So, again, Dylan Raiola has been named the starting quarterback for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. This is huge, okay? Because this is like I said, freshman quarterback. He is being named the starter. And really, this is about what you would think from Nebraska. So, all right, let's go ahead for a moment, and we are going to take a commercial break, but we are going to come back here in a moment and talk and start previewing the matchup. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are, of course, going to start previewing some of these games today. And, of course, we start out with the game at 3 o'clock today. And this is all Central Time, so keep that in mind. But we have Montana State at New Mexico. That is the 3 o'clock. Really, we're going to try to find just some stats from last season. So, right now, trying to get some stats pulled up for you. So, all right, here we go. So, New Mexico, as my stats try to pull up. So, last season, really, they kind of had it wasn't that great of a season last year. I believe they were 4-8. So, last season, quarterback Hopkins, he was 157 to 282, which is for 2,074 yards, which is about 56% completion percentage. Of course, 11 touchdowns, 9 interceptions for the season. So it wasn't great. Run game, Krosky Merritt, he had 189 carries, 1,190 yards, 17 touchdowns for him. Henry, their backup, had 52 carries, 350 yards, and 3 touchdowns. It's their quarterback Dampier, who had 59 carries, 328 yards, 4 touchdowns. Dampier, the quarterback, he also had He was 40 of 64, 525 yards for about 62.5%, and 6 touchdowns, no interceptions for him on the season. So that is New Mexico. Really just not incredible this season, which I'm going to try to get their depth chart brought up just so we can kind of get an idea of they're um who they got as their starters this season. So right now, Devin Dampier, who I said he is right now slated to be the starting quarterback for New Mexico. Of course, that is interesting. Eli Sanders starting running back. So, personally, the way I see it, New Mexico today, I believe that you're going to see some of the passing game, but also I believe that it's going to be a heavy run game for New Mexico. So this is going to be I believe it's going to come down to which defense plays better. Now Montana State, I'm going to get some information on them right quick because I believe, if I'm not wrong, they were one of the better teams in the FCS last season. But we're going to get that pulled up, and then we'll get their depth chart. So last season, their quarterback Mellett, he was 75 and 119, 1,068 yards. That's 63 completion percentage. Well, yeah. He had 10 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Backup quarterback Chambers, 50 and 91, 887 yards, 9 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Now, run game, Davis was their lead back, 104 carries, 722 yards, 6 touchdowns. Mellett himself, he had 85 carries, 690 yards, 5 touchdowns. So, really, for Montana State, I think it's really going to come down to just really, I mean, I think both of these teams, from what I've seen, they're going to be run-heavy teams that I just wonder whose defense can make more plays at the end of the day. Personally, because, and I mean, well, I'll refrain from saying who I think is going to win because I got a few minutes before I predict who's going to win the game because that's at the end of the show. So, of course, New Mexico is probably the stronger team in this game just because they're FBS, but we're going to wait and see because you never know. Some of these matchups that you don't really pay attention to could be some really, crazy matchups. So we'll wait and see what happens today. But New Mexico, Montana State, that's at 3 o'clock over on FS1 later today. All right, our second game, you've got Delaware State and Hawaii. Now, we're going to get this pulled up for you. Of course, I didn't have everything pulled up, so that's on me. But, right. So, Hawaii, their quarterback, Shager, he was 332 of 525, 3,542 yards. That's for 63.2% completion percentage, 26 touchdowns, 14 interceptions. And then you look at the run game, Sims, 63 carries, 255 yards, 1 touchdown. So, clearly right now, Hawaii, they are a heavy passing team. Now, this season, Braden Shager, he's back as the starting quarterback. Landon Sims still the starting running back for this team. Hawaii is really going to be a team that I believe they could be much improved. Of course, they play late tonight, 11 p.m. on pay per view. But I'll say this: I think that you look at it, they are going to pass the ball all over that football field. I believe it's more of a it's not. I think it's more like run and gun is like what they call it. With a Hawaii, of course, you can whoever's watching, you can comment below what you if I'm right on that. But Hawaii, I think, is going to be that team that I think they're the much better team in this situation. Now, we are going to look at Delaware State real quick. So, we're going to look at them real quick. So, Delaware State, and of course, we're comparing FCS and FBS teams, so it's not exactly the same. But their quarterback, Adams, he was 110 to 184, 1,452 yards. That's 60% completion percentage, 9 touchdowns, 9 interception. Their second quarterback, Angelos, he was 52 and 92, 519 yards, 56.5%, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. So, really, not a strong team as far as passing wise. Their run game, Gillis had 143 carries, 732 yards, 5 touchdowns. Adams had 81 carries, 278 yards, 1 touchdown. So clearly, right now, Hawaii is the much better team on paper. Now, how does that translate to how does that translate to the rest of the game? We will see, but it's going to come down to can Delaware State actually stop the passing game of Hawaii? If not, then Hawaii, I believe, has a chance to run away with this. Of course, that is the big question: is Hawaii, are they able to pass the ball over the football field? I think that's really just the big question here today. So we will see that. That's late tonight, 11 p.m. Central Time on pay-per-view. So not a lot of people are going to be able to see it anyway. So, anyway, moving on to our next game, SMU and Nevada. This is in prime time tonight. So, of course, SMU, you may be thinking to yourself, why is this kind of a bigger game? Because this is because SMU is now in the ACC. So they're one of 3 ACC schools that is playing today. Of course, coming up here in about 30 minutes, we got the other ACC schools that are playing today. So SMU, really, we talk about them. The quarterback Stone, he was 206 of 344, 3,197 yards for about 60% completion percentage. He had 28 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. Backup quarterback Jennings, 61 of 105, 618 yards, 5 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Now, the running game, Knighton had 136 carries, 745 yards, 7 touchdowns. Johnson had 108 carries, 576 yards, 4 touchdowns. So you look at it. Again, SMU's more of a passing team. I believe Rhett Lashley is the head coach. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that. But really, this team, yes, Rhett Lashley is the head coach. They play an air raid system. So this year, Preston Stone's still the starting quarterback for this team. So that's going to be big. I think first year in the ACC, it's going to be a little bit rough. Also, if I'm not wrong, I believe they are the defending. Well, they won the American last season. They're not defending anymore because, I mean, hey, they're not even in that conference anymore. But SMU, really interesting team to watch this season. I think, again, for them, they just got to be able to pass the ball around efficiently. I think Preston Stone just got to get that completion percentage to a better spot, which I think he can get it to. So um, we will wait and see about that. Then you look at Nevada, which I'm going to try to get some stats pulled up real quick. And so, of course, again, I did not get everything set up, but we're making do. So we look at the stats here. Lewis was 131 to 236, 1,313 yards, about 55.5% completion percentage, 2 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. The other quarterback, Bianco, he was 45 at 82, 614 yards, 55%, 4 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Not good passing the ball. Really, just not really that great of offense. Dollars, their running back, 151 carries, 527 yards, 6 touchdowns. So this team really struggled on offense. So really this season they're going to play more of a multiple offensive scheme. Brandon Lewis is their quarterback. Sean Dollars, their running back, just like last season. This game is really going to be interesting because SMU really is the heavy favorite, I would say, in this game, but it's at Nevada and it's in prime time. So, of course, we'll see what home field advantage does for these teams. But I got to say this, and that is that this is going to be a fun one. You got air raid against multiple offense. So, really, it's going to come down to which defense plays better today. And so it's going to be a fun matchup with that. So, of course, SMU and Nevada, we will get to our predicting of that here in just a little while. And then we look at our final preview to look at Florida State, Georgia Tech, which is our game today. Now, really, we're going to start with Georgia Tech. So looking at the stats here for Georgia Tech, Haynes King is really that. I think he's a great quarterback, to be honest with you. 226 of 367, 2,842 yards. That's about 61.6% completion percentage, 27 touchdowns, 16 interceptions. Of course, Haynes, their running back, 174 carries, 1,059 yards, 7 touchdowns, and then Haynes King himself ran the ball 120 times, 737 yards, 10 touchdowns himself. So you look at the stats right there for Georgia Tech. They're very well balanced. They got a quarterback who is mobile, who can get out of the pocket, make some plays today, which is coming up next. Which, I mean, this is going to be a fun one. And then you got Florida State, who last season they had a pretty good dynamic duo. You had the quarterback Jordan Travis, who played for most of the year until he got hurt. And then you have Trey Benson, who was their star running back. Really, the stats for Florida State will not comprehend to really the team that they have right now because they picked up so many players through the transfer portal who are going to be starting. So, of course, with that being like for Florida State, DJ Uiagalelei is now the starting quarterback for Florida State. And then, of course, you get Roy Dale Williams from Alabama. We're going to see today, here in just about 30 minutes, how good can this Florida State football team be with this new core of players. And then, of course, Haynes King, who I think he can get that completion percentage a little higher. Georgia Tech's definitely a team that you want to watch out for in the ACC this season. So it's going to be a lot of fun today. So, of course, Florida State and Georgia Tech. That is coming up next. So, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to go to another commercial break, folks, and we are going to come back and talk a little bit more, maybe take your questions, and then we'll be able to predict these games here in just a little bit. Let's go to commercial and we'll be right back. All right, everybody, we are back. And so, of course, we have a few minutes before we're going to start predicting the games. So, right now is your chance that if you have any questions that you want to ask us about the college football season that is about to begin here in less than 30 minutes, then this is your opportunity to ask us some questions. Also, something to mention is that there are outside of the 4 FBS games, there are some FCS football games, which I can go ahead and pull up some of that right now for you, just to tell you what is going to be on, other than the FBS games, like I said. So in the FBS schedule, if you're a diehard football fan and you want to watch some more, coming up after Georgia Tech and Florida State, which is basically they are just exclusively in their own window. Nobody else is going to compete against them here in week 0. At 2:30 on ESPN2, McNeese and Tarleton will play. 6 o'clock. Now, for those of you who, hey, I live in the North Alabama area. This is huge. UNA is playing at Southeast Missouri down at Montgomery. That's 6 o'clock on ESPN. And then Florida A&M and Norfolk State playing in Atlanta at 6:30 on ABC. So that is the other 3 matchups today that if you are someone who is very interested in just being invested in college football. We haven't had college football in months, folks, so it is amazing to finally have it back. So here we go. Football is here, and so what a time to be alive as well, because this is actually, if you want to be honest, this is probably one of the most highly anticipated college football seasons ever, I would say, just because you have so many changing things within the sport. And so, you go from last year, you have a 14 playoff, which it was honestly, you could not have drew up a better like ending to the 2020, like to the 14 playoff, with having really, you had, I believe, 6 teams that honestly could have won the championship last season. And Florida State, of course, today is really going to be, are they going to come out with a lot of fire and want to win big against Georgia Tech because they were left out of the playoff last season, even though it's not Georgia Tech's fault. It's Alabama, because Alabama jumped them. It's going to be interesting. So we will see on that. So, Jack is joining us now. He is to help predict some of these games. So, Jack, how are you?
Also, I think I told you. Okay, I probably going to medicine after school.
So he may be having a little bit of trouble hearing us. So, of course, let's okay, real quick. We'll take one last commercial break until game time. So, let's take a commercial break, and I will be right back with.
Okay, I need some earbuds or what? I can hear you.
And then right here on the microphone, there's a spot back here. And this microphone. And then you can select on there with a microphone button. You can click on, and it should be like on the computer. There should be a spot where you can
Okay, I'm
select.
unmuted over here on the computer.
You're muted.
You would have something, but then when you about that one,
Okay, you got the microphone connected.
that way you can, won't have to sit around and time on that.
I guess my thing is I want if we can get the left stick, something you drive around the mall and like
Close enough.
I guess
All right. Jack, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
All right. So now,
Always on the truck. It's off on the
all right. So now we have Jack on here with us. So how are you?
But he would have.
Been doing good, Cooper. Been a long time no see.
Yeah, no. So of course we are finally here to football. Just real quick, just to get a little bit of an idea of how you're feeling about the season. Real quick, how do you feel like the playoffs gonna fare, and like, who's really the team that you think is gonna win the championship?
Well, I mean, I'm not a big fan of 12 teams, but it'll be more interesting. More teams getting in, but it's still gonna be the same teams. I'm looking at Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, probably three I look at, like always.
All
I
right.
think so. I'd probably lean on Ohio State.
Okay. So you got Ohio State. So let's go ahead and let you dive into this a little bit. We're going to first, of course, today with our we got our game picks. Colton, he won't be joining us today, but he may join us throughout the season for the game picks. So, if anybody can see in the top right-hand corner of my box right there, you can kind of see where I've got the games picks records. This is our new graphic. You'll see this all season, but of course, there's been no games to pick so far. So now here we are. So we're going to start out with Montana State and New Mexico. Jack, right now, which, of course, as you saw, we have a viewer's choice. So right now, our viewers have New Mexico winning with 100%. So, Jack, who do you have?
Well, I mean, I was first game of the season. Don't know a lot about it. I think, but what I've been hearing and kind of reading, your viewers are wrong. I'm going Montana State.
Oh, okay. So you go Montana State. Personally, I gotta go with New Mexico because I just feel like there's just that advantage with having, just having that, that experience of being an FBS team against FCS, I think there is just a lot to say about that. So I got to go New Mexico in this game. I agree with the viewers on this.
No, I mean, I understand your point, but if you go back through the history, it's always FCS team always wins. There's always an upset. This could be one that I think the odds makers actually have Montana State favored to win. So I'm going Montana State.
Okay. Our second one, we got Hawaii against Delaware State at Hawaii. That is late tonight. Right now, our viewers, just like with the New Mexico Montana State game, Hawaii is the viewer's choice with 100%. So, Jack, who do you got?
Well, this time your viewers are going to be right. Hawaii, I think, will be a lot better this year. A good coach, and going back to the old style, more to run and shoot and more passing. I'm going Hawaii.
All right. I agree. I think Hawaii wins this game. Like I said, their quarterback, I believe Braden Shager's their quarterback, going to be a whole lot better this season. So really look forward to having a incredible season from him. So Hawaii may be like a dark horse, potentially get into the playoff now that you have a group of five that can get in. Hawaii could be like a dark horse to win that Mountain West. What do you say about that?
A little wishful thinking. You got some pretty good teams out there. Liberty, I know Memphis has been mentioned. Boise State, of course, but they go to Oregon. If they would have beat Oregon, I think the second week, then they might have run. So I wouldn't have put Hawaii in that category yet.
All right. Now we move on to the game in prime time tonight. SMU and Nevada. Our viewers have a 75% to SMU to win this game. So right now, how are you leaning on this game?
Well, I guess I'm a lot of viewers also. I like SMU. I think this is probably on the rise, with the right time funding, the facilities they get. I like SMU. I like the coach. I think they may be a surprise team.
Okay. I got to go SMU as well, just because I think they're going to be a decent team. Let me say this. Out of conference, we got to look at their schedule first, but of course against Nevada, I think they are going to play really good. Real quick, I'm just going to get their football schedule brought up. So, of course, next week they'll play against, I believe this is Houston College, Houston something other college or something, FCS school. Then they play BYU, TCU. They got Florida State, Louisville, Stanford, Duke, Pitt, Boston College, at Virginia, and Cal. Honestly, I could see a world where they could be. Do you think 9-3 is a little wishful for that?
Yeah, well, the BYU game will probably tell a lot. If they win that one, then you're looking at, probably Florida State probably beats them. I don't know. It's kind of Louisville's not to go to Louisville, but yeah, 9-3 probably could be. And then maybe 500. I think the BYU game will tell a lot.
Yeah. All right. And now, folks, we're coming to our next one. Florida State and Georgia Tech, our game of the week coming up next. Our viewers have Florida State 75%. Now, granted, I personally cannot pick this game because I will be I'm going to be calling it here in the next few minutes, so I cannot pick the game myself. But real quick, Jack, I want to get your opinion on this game because this is going to be a fun one coming up here in the next few minutes. Who do you see winning before we get your pick from it, of course, but how do you see this game going? Who's going to be some impact players in your mind?
Well, obviously the first choice is going to be the quarterback, Florida State. Once he gonna be like this year? DJ, I never can pronounce the name. Either way, played Clemson a couple years, looked good, did look bad. Went to Oregon State last year, played good. I'm not confident in him. To be honest with you, I think going to the talent around him, they're going to win 9, 10 games. But I don't think they're a playoff team. I don't think Florida State's going to be top 12. I don't think they'll win the ACC, but that's going to be big. Georgia Tech's getting a lot better. The coach, you go back about 3 or 4 years ago, they were a run option team with Paul Johnson. They changed coaches, struggled. Now Brent Key, I think it's his second full year there. It's on the rise, but I still don't think they're good enough to beat Florida State. But they will be a bowl team. Georgia Tech may be a sleeper in ACC.
All right. So, just in your opinion, now that we're coming towards the end of the show, who wins this game today?
I think it'll be a good game, and I can see an upset with Georgia Tech, but I'm still going to go Florida State. I think a little more talent. I think a little bit better team, better coaching, or more experienced coaching. I won't say better coaching, more experienced coaching. And really, truly, Florida State feels like they got something to prove after what happened to them last year. They felt they got left out, shacked it, whatever. That's another debate, but they feel like it. This should be a statement game for them. They should go out there and beat Georgia Tech. Put a statement out there to everybody that they are a top 10 team. I don't believe in them that strongly. I don't think the quarterback's going to be their problem. But they did get the running back from Alabama and this. They would be good. I just don't believe in them a playoff team. But they will win today.
All right. There are 2 other games that are going to be happening before next Saturday when we come for college football wraparound. Of course, 3 really, if you think about it. I haven't put it out there yet for the viewers to choose from. So, of course, that's going to be, we'll have to wait and give the results to the viewers after and see how they fared next Saturday when we do our game pick segment. But you got North Carolina and Minnesota. That one is Thursday night. You got North Dakota State against Colorado, and then TCU and Stanford. So first, North Dakota State against Colorado. Jack, who do you think wins that one?
I'd probably go Colorado right now. I wouldn't be shocked if we get beat. North Dakota State's obviously, I think, ranked 1 or 2 in the FCS, which is totally different, but it's a powerhouse in the FCS. So I wouldn't be shocked, but I'd go Colorado right now.
Right now, I'm kind of like you. I do lean towards Colorado. And the only reason why I say that is North Dakota State's still going to give them a fight right there in that game. I mean, it's going to be at Colorado, but like you said, it's going to be a fight till the end. North Dakota State does, if I believe correctly, they got like a new head coach, and then they don't have the same caliber offense like they normally would, but they're still going to be really good. So I still lean towards Colorado. If you saw early this morning at 9 o'clock, we released our number 1 player, which here on Savor Broadcast Network, our top player that we have is Travis Hunter. So, of course, watch him Thursday night. He's going to be big. So I got Colorado in the game.
Well, I mean, yeah, I know you're big on Travis Hunter. I'm not. Towards Heisman, I'm not. But for North Dakota State, people need to remember this is where Chris Kleiman coached at, won championships. They also produced people like Carson Wentz and Trey Lance, who were both first-round draft picks. So North Dakota State they will have talent. They could very well beat them. But at the end of the day, I think Colorado probably will beat them. I think maybe a little more depth. And it is a Colorado. I would say Colorado beat them.
All right. Second game, TCU and Stanford. Of course, TCU last season just underwhelming after going to the national championship. And then, of course, Stanford, first year in the ACC, and really for a few years now, really hasn't been to the same level as what they were for years before that. So, in this game Friday night, what do you see?
Well, I mean, there again, I haven't really looked into it, but just from from history and the way things are, I'd probably go TCU. Because, I won't say their quarterback. I can't remember if it's Morris, won their quarterback for TCU, but I would still go TCU.
Okay. Personally speaking, I mean, I gotta go TCU as well. I just feel like I just don't see a world where Sonny Dykes, who I think is a decent, like he's a pretty good head coach. I don't see a world where they have 2 straight losing seasons. So, and I mean, Stanford, I still don't really see much from them. And plus, going to the ACC, I will say I think that it's going to be difficult having to deal with the travel and all that, whereas TCU's been more familiar with the traveling. So I got to go with TCU in this game, just like you.
Yeah.
And then our final game to pick today, we've got North Carolina and Minnesota. So, Jack, who's winning this one?
That's really a tough one. But I think it's at Minnesota, right?
Yes.
I believe it's at Minnesota. I'll play go them just because it's home.
Okay. I disagree. I got to go North Carolina. And the reason why is because I still think Mac Brown, first off, is a really good head coach. Now, his teams at North Carolina so far have really, kind of underwhelmed if you think about it. Because, this is the same North Carolina team, like, I believe it's for, like 2 years ago. They were, predicted they could have beat Clemson in the ACC championship game. That, of course, never happened. They've had Sam Howell as their starting quarterback. They had Drake May. Now, what you got is, I can't remember the guy that was I think it's like Connor Harrell is like the returning quarterback for North Carolina. And then, of course, they got the transfer from Texas A&M, Max Johnson. So I got to go North Carolina. I think their quarterback play, no matter who they put out there, I think they'll be good. And I just think North Carolina's a better team right now.
Well, I want to remind you also, with the next Thursday night, you also missed one game. Next Thursday, you have Jacksonville State and Coastal Carolina. So for us here in Alabama, seeing Jacksonville State play, and that should be a really good game. But unfortunately, they all play at the same time. They all come on at 7 o'clock our time. So we have 3 games on next Thursday. But it's going to be hard to watch all 3. But I've watched out with Jacksonville State and Coastal Carolina. Should be a really good game.
Yeah, I will say this. The one question I have for Coastal Carolina, because their quarterback, the guy at NC State now, Grayson McCall. He, of course, transferred out from Coastal Carolina. I'm just interested to see, because they've had such a great quarterback for years. What do you think the quarterback position looks like for Coastal Carolina?
Well, I haven't really studied them, but I just know this is a school that's been really good for quite a while. So in Jacksonville State, again, I think they may be down their quarterback. So, but it's 2 schools. It should be a really good matchup. So I'm just wondering, have to watch and see.
Yeah. Well, folks, Jack, thanks for coming on, doing some game picks and predicting a little bit more for the college football season. And we are literally minutes away from the beginning of the 2024 college football season. So, Jack, anything else you want to say?
Well, good to see and good to be back. Football's back.
Yeah, finally. So, let's go to commercial break, and then it will be time for Florida State and Georgia Tech right here on Savor Broadcast Network. Stick around, everybody.
And here's the snap. Hands it to Audric Estime, and that is and should be a touchdown. Here we go. Bryson Mars has got his back behind him. It is Jaquindon Jackson. Here's the snap. Bryson Barnes looking deep. He's got a man. It's caught! He's gone! Touchdown early!
All right, everyone. Welcome. It is that time. It is college football. And it is finally back, everybody, tonight. Or shall I say today. We've got a big game between Florida State and Georgia Tech. I mean, how fitting is it that we have the team that feels like they got left out of the playoff unfairly playing on the first day of the 2024 season? This could be a time where in a basically exclusive college football window, they can come show the world that they deserve to be in the college football playoff, and that right now they want to be considered into that discussion of we are meant to be in the playoff. Now, as you can see in the top left of your screen, we do have a new scoreboard here for Savor Broadcast Network. So, of course, that is something that we are so excited about. Our beautiful new scoreboard. As you can see, now we are able to include team logos. So, very exciting. Of course, it's the Aer Lingus College Football Classic, which is going to be played in Dublin, Ireland here today. So, we are moments away from the start. Of course, some big names to watch out for today. Quarterback DJ Uiagalelei really is a question, like Jack said earlier in college football wraparound, that is, can he play good enough to show that he deserves, that this team is going to be good enough to win it all? We'll see. And then, of course, Roydell Williams transferring, the running back transferring from Alabama. It's going to be big. Lawrence Tuafili, he is an incredible tailback for Florida State. We'll see how he does. And then you look at the Georgia Tech side. Haynes King, the quarterback, is big. Jamal Haynes, of course, also going to be very big today in this game for Georgia Tech. So we will see how they integrate the quarterback run for both teams, because both of these quarterbacks can move around, make some plays when it's needed today. So we are moments away from kickoff. Right now, of course, ESPN still showing their college game day. So we are waiting on ESPN to finally get to Dublin inside of Eva Stadium. So, of course, going to be a lot of fun here. So we are waiting on kickoff. So, all but one person on that set picked Florida State to win the game. So, very interesting. So like I said, we are just waiting on ESPN to finally get to the game. So, here we go. We are finally here. All right. For ESPN, it looks like they've got Joe Tessitore and Jesse Palmer doing the game on national broadcast. But you got me right here. So you don't need ESPN, folks. You need me. So here we go. We are finally back. Florida State running onto the field. Like we said earlier, they feel like they were disrespected. They feel like they were unfairly left out of the college football playoff. They were undefeated and didn't make the college football playoff because of a one-loss Alabama that they felt should have been left out. So, really, if you truthfully play that game about who deserved it more between teams that were undefeated, like if you take record, I mean, you could have an argument Texas should have been left out. But, of course, that won't be ever brought into the conversation. It's all about Alabama making it. So, of course, we will. That's in the past, though, because, old arguments. And now we're here at a new season. So, here we go. Of course, coin toss today. Florida State wearing the home red. Georgia Tech in all white. Of course, helmet and shorts for Florida State are the cream. And so here we go. Aviva Stadium. Of course, new season, a lot of new excitement here for this new college football season. So they're doing their coin toss. So right now, we will await who gets the ball first. Of course, we have a great matchup here for you today. 11th ranked Florida State against unranked Georgia Tech. It'll be interesting. Of course, rankings. This is not the AP poll, okay, folks? For those of you joining us, we are the SBN poll that our viewers voted on. So, of course, if you want to have a chance to vote, then you have to check our community page on YouTube, or if you follow me on Facebook, then, of course, that is another place you can see about voting on the rankings. And then also, of course, game picks that'll be something else we vote that I'll let you, the viewers, vote on throughout the season as well. All right, here we go. It is time for kickoff. Georgia Tech will be kicking the ball away. They will get the ball to begin the second half. Florida State will begin the season with the football. I'm going to just turn my volume up on my TV just slightly, just so that whenever we have penalties, I can give you an accurate account of what is happening. So here we go. There is the kick, and Florida State will have the football first this season. And now you also have a possession marker here on our Savor Broadcast Network scoreboard. So that's something else to keep in mind. And DJ Uiagalelei for his passing yards from Clemson and Oregon State, 8,319, 57 touchdowns, 1,132 rushing yards, and 21 touchdowns. He transferred here to Florida State in January. All right, everybody, here is Uiagalelei. He begins. He's got his running back, Roydell Williams, to his right. DJ sends a man in motion. Here's the fake. He's looking, throwing it over to Roydell Williams, who is going to get the first down and a little bit more. And in the first play, it's more like the really, if you look at it, it's more of that RPO action, fake the handoff, and then turn around, flip it back to your running back, and he gets out in space and makes a move and gets out of bounds after getting about 10 yards, or 12 yards to be exact. So here we go. Uyunglele got his running back to his left. That's Roydell Williams. Now signaling, giving some more commands. Here he is, handing it off to Roydell Williams, breaking some tackles, and it'll be 2nd and 2 for the Seminoles. And great running. Of course, what you're seeing so far, that they are running a lot of plays focused on Roydell Williams. Now, this season also something to keep in mind, that until the 15-second point on the play clock, that coaches can now have helmet communication with the quarterback, which is something I believe is really good. So here is the flip, and nice movement right there. Jalen Lucas picks up the first down for Florida State, and nicely done right there. A little bit of a jet sweep motion here is what you have. Uyunglele, kind of a jet pass, gets it to Lucas, who makes a play, getting up to about midfield right here. So now, another first down. Running back to his right, sends a man in motion. That's Morlock. Here is the handoff, and that'll go for a few yards. It looks like that was Keziah Holmes with the carry for Florida State. He picks up about 2 or 3 yards, something in that range. So we got a second down for the Seminoles, 2nd and 7. And you can see so far that they are going, kind of have a little bit of an up-tempo kind of play. So here we go. 2 backs right to the right and the left of Uyunglele, now giving some signals to his team. Of course, Georgia Tech's defense has been a struggling point. So here's the handoff, making some moves. Lucas, first down, Florida State. And again, one of the big weaknesses Georgia Tech had last season was their defense, and you can see right now that Florida State is having their way. And here's a handoff to Roydell Williams, making some moves, pushing the pile, and that's going to be close. I believe that's a first down. Of course, they're going to have to look and see. Roydell Williams, as I said before, started his career at Alabama and then transferred to Florida State after Coach Nick Saban retired. So that is very close. I believe it's okay. They're going to give him the first down. So here we go. 2 backs in the backfield with DJ. He's got 1 to his right, 1 to the left. He's got 3 men out wide. Of course, taking his time. Here's a snap. Hands it off. And taking it. This one going to the house. Your first touchdown of the season. Florida State has 6. Lawrence Tulafili, 28 yards. And Florida State strikes first in the 2024 season. 7 plays, 75 yards. In a little over 4 minutes, Florida State has the early lead. And again, it's the defense of Georgia Tech that fails on this play. Good blocking right here from Roydell Williams. Got a key block, and then there was no one to go. And then they went for 2. They went for 2 and got the 2. And that is... So Florida State early goes for 2, gets it, and it's 8-0. Now, that think that's a little confusing why you would go for 2 in this situation. But what happened is the snap goes straight to Courtney, to Brian Courtney, who is a tight end. It runs straight in. Georgia Tech, I don't think, was ready for it. It is 8-0 Florida State. They went for 2. That is... Wow. What a risk at the beginning of the game. So for Georgia Tech fans, that's got to be really infuriating that they just went for 2 on you. And there's the kickoff. And we have a return. And getting to about the 20-yard line. And that will be all for Christian Leary, I believe, is the return man. Yes, Christian Leary, the return man. He only gets to the 20-yard line. So now it is Georgia Tech football. Down 8-0 instead of 7. And we have an injury. Cooley is down. Trey Cooley, backup running back for Georgia Tech, is down. So, of course, they went to a commercial break. So, first drive, success for Florida State. They get 8 points right there. And so, that is crazy. All right. Let's take a short break, and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. I just had to take a moment and get up and just kind of move around a little bit. But here we go. Here is Haynes King, And the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets offense sends a man in motion. He's got one man behind him. Here's King. Hands it off. That's his running back, Jamal Haynes. He's got a little bit of a lane. First down and a lot more. Jamal Haynes. And on that first play from the Georgia Tech offense, they just cut up the middle of the field. And Florida State just was not prepared. Haynes King last season, 27 touchdowns, 16 interceptions. That is both most in the ACC. Look for him to clean that up a little bit this season. Here we go. King gonna hand it off. It's his man, and I would say about 9 yards right there. That was right there. Eric Singleton Jr. on the end around. Of course, some impact players on the defensive side for Florida State. You got to start with Patrick Payton, who is by far one of the best players on that defense, and then Marvin Jones Jr., the transfer from, I believe, Georgia, going to be big for Florida State. King, he's got his running back Jamal Haynes to his left. He's got 4 men out wide, sends one in motion. That looks... And then King throws it out to that man that was in motion, taking it up the field. He is fast. He's going down the sidelines, down to about the 12 or 13 right there. Malik Rutherford down the sidelines. That's going to set up a 1st and 10 in the red zone for the Yellow Jackets. And defenses are not having their way so far today. Just another breakdown on that defensive side, and that is 66 total yards so far for Georgia Tech. Haynes King now has a man behind him. He's got looks like his tight end to his right. Here's the snap. Hands it off to Jamal Haynes. Break it away. Cutting inside. 9 yards. And he's got about 4 yards to go for a touchdown. And Jamal Haynes. Great running right there. 2nd and 1. This is, so far, if this is just the indication of how these two teams are going to be this season, it's going to be shootout every single time they play. King got 2 men in the backfield, sends another in motion. King going to run for himself. He's going to barrel his way, I believe. He gets to about the 1, 1st and goal, and that's about as far as he will go. 1st and goal for Georgia Tech. And now they are going to take Haynes King out of the game. So now in the game at quarterback is their backup, Zach Pyron. He's from Pinson, Alabama. He's a sophomore, 6'3", 208. He's all alone in the backfield. He sends a man in motion. He's going to take off himself. He's going to barrel in. Touchdown! Georgia Tech. And now they are just down 2 points. Touchdown. 6 plays, 79 yards, 3:32 off the clock. And Georgia Tech now 2 points behind Florida State. Defenses nowhere to be found today. Easy touchdown for Zach Pyron, the sophomore from Pinson, Alabama. And the extra point is good as they will add 1. It is 8-7 Florida State in what is a really fun matchup so far today. And of course, when we come back, Florida State, it'll be about time for them to get the football back. It is so far a really fun game right now in Dublin, Ireland. All right, let's go to... Okay, we have a short 13-second commercial, which I have not shown. So let me know what you think about it. So, that is the new 13-second commercial. Let me know what you think about it. That one was just finished here recently. So, of course, real quick, I do want to give a shout out to my really just a friend of the channel who's been on here a bunch and really is a huge part of the channel, Colton Naylor. So huge into the editing portion of our channel, making thumbnails, making some commercial packages, making some appearances. So, of course, Colton, that is huge to have. So thank you for that. So now let's go to our other commercial real quick, and we'll be back. All right, everybody, welcome back to Savor Broadcast Network. Also, as you saw in the commercial package, that we want you to subscribe if you enjoy our content. If you're on YouTube, then you know that we are, as of this morning, I haven't checked the current numbers at the moment, but we are at 81 subscribers. So if you are if you are someone who's watching on YouTube and have been enjoying the broadcast so far, then consider subscribing to the channel. We are, for 2024, we are trying to get to 100 subscribers. I believe we can get there by the end of the season. So, of course, if you feel like you want to subscribe, then please, by all means, do it. And then Rumble, of course, we're up to, I believe, 11 followers. So here's the kickoff, and it will go back for a touchback. So DJ Uiagalelei, of course, last year, he had some bright moments for Oregon State. They are looking at that on the national broadcast right now. Really some just great, out of the pocket kind of make decision-making, passes, that kind of thing. But, of course, he still has a lot to learn, still a lot to prove. And so we'll see if that has changed anything here with Florida State. So here we go. Uiagalelei's got one running back behind him. And he gives it off to Jalen Lucas, who breaks some tackles. He still finds a way to get some positive yards. It didn't look like he was going to get much of anything right there. And quite impressive right there for Florida State. Again, he had like 3 or 4 men who got their hands on him, thought he was going to go behind the line, and he still made a positive play. 2nd and 7 for the Noles. 2 backs to the right and the left. Now one in motion for DJ. Stepping up in the pocket. He still gets a yard, but he's brought down. Joshua Robinson right there is the man who brings down DJU. And Joshua Robinson, great job right here getting off of the edge because, just does a great job. And DJ, of course, I believe he got 2 yards, it says, but not a great play. Here we go. One back to the right of DJ. Here we go. Stepping back to throw. That one is caught to Afili, breaking some tackles. And he is to midfield. First down, Florida State to Afili. with the catch. And I will say this. Got the ball to Afili. That was a little bit behind his receiver. Could have put it a little bit further out to the right, but good throw. Here's DJ throwing again. That one will be caught and down to the ground as that is Malik Benson. No, just like Roydell Williams, transferred from Alabama, 2nd and 6 now for Florida State. Under 5.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. And so DJ so far, he is 4 of 4, 42 yards. He's got one back to his left, being Cam Davis. He will pitch it and getting the edge right there is number 0 right there, Ja'Kai Douglas. First down, Florida State, as they have the 1-point lead. So again, some notable transfers for Florida State. They got DJ Yu from Oregon State, Roydell Williams from Alabama, Malik Benson from Alabama, Marvin Jones Jr., Georgia, and then Devontae Brown from rival Miami. That's some notable ones. They had about 12 others that transferred in as well. So here we go. DJ Yu under center, sends a man in motion. DJ looking to throw, going to throw it out to Cam Davis, who dropped it. He dropped the ball. He went to catch it, and he dropped it. 2nd and 10 for Florida State. Not a great pass either, but Cam Davis kind of there for a second, turned around like he was going to get ready to go upfield with it, and he just didn't haul it in. Plus, the ball's a little slick. It is raining right now there in Ireland. So, here we go. One man to the right of DJ Uyunglele. He's got 3 out wide. Snap. Hands it off. It's Roydell Williams trying to pound and get a couple of yards right there. Going up the middle of the line. That line of scrimmage. 3rd down. So, under 4 minutes to go in the first quarter. DJ, he's got Roydell Williams to his right. 3rd and 6. Sends a man in motion. I believe that is Kyle Morlock. He sent in motion. Here is Williams. And we got a flag on the play. The first flag of the season. So right now, trying to okay. So it's a holding stay, and the penalty was declined as I right now work on this a little bit. So it's a declined penalty, I believe. All right, so that's one thing we will have to work on is getting a way to figure out how to show you the flag on the play. But 4th and 4 for Florida State. There we go. We can just show it down here. So here is a look at what we're going to do for that. So here we go. And I believe he is short. Florida State goes for it on 4th down, and they did not get it. And that is the defensive back, Harvey, who stops Malik Benson short of the line to gain. So now it's going to be Georgia Tech football. Wow. All right, we're going to go to commercial. All right, everybody, welcome back. 8-7 is the score right now. They are still in a commercial break. As you heard me say, Florida State went for it on 4th and 4. They did not get it. And so now it's going to be Georgia Tech football. Really, that could be a huge moment here today because depending on what happens throughout this football game, that may have just hurt Florida State. Of course, we're going to have to wait and see. But, I mean, I think that's a big moment. Risky to go for it on 4th down, but now you give, pretty good field position if you are Georgia Tech. So, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not that comes back to bite Florida State, because so far your defense is able to, at least on that first drive, you didn't do that good. Georgia Tech really bowed up on those last couple of plays, but we're going to see, can Florida State stop Georgia Tech? They're still at commercial break right now. So, of course, if you're watching, please comment. Let us know what you think about the game so far, as we are nearing the end of quarter number 1. I think we got like 2.5 minutes to go in the quarter, something like that. So, of course, we got a lot of football still yet to be played. So here we go, of course. We are back with more college football action. So here we go. 3:15, I'm sorry about the timing. I was wrong with that. So here we go. It's a 1st and 10, 2 people behind, 2 in the backfield with Haynes King. He's going to hand it off Jamal Haynes, and he is stuffed. That's like a loss of 6 yards. Great defense right there from the Noles. And that is Nicholson, Nicholson, the defensive player for Florida State, leading the charge. 2nd and 16. Jamal Haynes to the right of Haynes King. 2nd and 16. King looking, throwing it out to Jamal Haynes, looking for an edge, and he will pick up maybe 2 yards, one or 2 yards right there. Riley bringing him down, and Florida State trying to capitalize on that loss Okay, 3rd and 16, so maybe just like a half yard is what was gained right there. So now we got 3rd and 16 for Georgia Tech. Watch out, Patrick Payton's on the edge trying to get to the quarterback. King's going to take off and run, and he's going to get back those 6 yards. So now it looks like that they are going to have to punt the ball away. And now the Irish-born punter for Georgia Tech will be coming out. And that man's name is David Shanahan. He is Irish-born. This morning through the piece from Game Day, he is about an hour away. He grew up an hour away. So now it will be Florida State football up 8-7. So, of course, a lot of good football to be played as they are right now promoting some of the games coming up later tonight. But it's Florida State football right now. Minute 17 to go in the first quarter. Number 11, Florida State against unranked Georgia Tech in Dublin, Ireland. DJU is playing. He is at the quarterback right now. He's got one man behind him. I believe it is Roydell Williams. He fakes the handoff. Now looking, going to throw it. That is to Kyle Morlock. First down, Florida State. And a nice pickup. It's a nice little RPO action, sending Morlock in motion and then flipping it out after getting a little bit of pressure from that Georgia Tech defense. Great job by DJU to assess the situation. Now you got a 1st and 10. Clock ticking under a minute now. Roydell Williams back behind DJ. DJ is under center. Now sends a man to motion. Takes the snap. Hands it off. And Roydell Williams brought down behind the line. And that is Butler bringing him down. He blew through the middle of that offensive line, and he got to Roydell Williams. That is a loss of a few yards right there. 2nd and 13 as Florida State does not have to run another play. And it looks like they will elect not to, as that is the end of the first quarter. 8-7 is your score. And we got a good one, everybody. Florida State, Georgia Tech. All right, everybody, welcome back. 8-7 as second quarter has not began yet, but it will be coming. No one's taking a timeout thus yet in this game. And what a matchup so far. Pretty evenly matched, if I have to say so myself. Both teams playing at a very high level. And so, really, takeaways. Defenses, those first drives you could see a little bit of nervousness. The offenses just went down easily and made a bunch of good plays. Then you saw on the next couple of drives that the defenses started to bow up a little bit, and now you're some tackles behind the line of scrimmage. Just a lot of really good defensive play near the end of the first quarter. So there for a moment, if you remember me saying, I thought this was going to be a shootout, that we were going to see it become like, I mean, the final score could have been like, which, I mean, it still could be like a 56-49 type of game, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. As Florida State still has the football, let's take another short commercial. Like, this is a 13-second commercial break, so enjoy. Yep, 13-second commercial break right there. So, quarter number 2 will begin here in a minute. Just waiting on the national broadcast to come back. But right now, Florida State's got the ball. Beginning the second quarter. In what has been a adventurous first game of the season. So much fun to be able to watch some college football after months of not having it. It is finally back, everybody. It's amazing to see. So, of course, however you're feeling about the college football season, put it into the chat. Let us know. How excited are you that football is back? Going to be fun throughout these next couple of months, having some college football. All right. 8-7 is your score. And so, looks like the rain's kind of subsided for a little bit. So, of course, game is about to get back underway. So, here we go. Here's DJ. Gets the snap, hands it off to Tuafili. Tuafili trying to get the edge. He's brought down again behind the line. It was 2nd and 13, and Georgia Tech's defense said, no way are you getting anything positive right here. 3rd and 15 now, and we're going to see what Florida State brings on this very long 3rd down. So, speaking of that, Florida State, I think this is going to have to be I feel like they're probably going to throw some medium level pass is what I'm going to predict here for Florida State. Maybe like a little 7-yard slant route. Here we go. DJ's brought down behind the line of scrimmage, and we got a flag. And like I said earlier, here is your flag warning way down here at the bottom. And take away that 4th down, and it's going to be Florida State ball because it is a face mask. Oh, yeah, that's how DJ was brought down. He was the height. The defensive player for Georgia Tech brought down DJ by grabbing the face mask, and he's penalized 15 yards, and now Florida State, fresh set of downs for them. Here we go, minute into the second quarter. Man in motion, Roydell Williams. Here's the fake. DJ dropping back and to toss it to Roydell, who's going to break up the middle and get a couple of yards. I mean, on the edge is where he was, sorry. But he got a 1st down and a little bit more after that. So, nice play right there. DJ was able to attract most of that defensive line to him, opening up Roydell Williams. And then Roydell Williams went down the sideline, picked up a bunch of yards for the first down. Great play from Roydell and really good play from DJ. And you can still see that this Georgia Tech defense is still struggling. DJ passes out, and that is about 2 or 3 yards right there. That was Jalen Brown, the redshirt freshman. Of course, the defensive coordinator for Georgia Tech, Tyler Santucci, defensive coordinator and linebackers coach, trying to work as hard as he can to get this defense to be the best they can. A little bit of a rough start. Here we go, 2nd and 8. DJ got one running back behind him. That looks like to be Roydell Williams. Here is DJ, hands it off. It's Keziah Holmes, He gets a few yards, and it'll be 3rd down, about 2 or 3 to go to pick up that first down. Of course, Brent Key, 2nd full season as Georgia Tech head coach. He was the interim head coach for final 8 games of the 2022 season. So, 3rd and 2 now for DJU in this Florida State offense. Here's a snap. He's going to take it himself, and he's dropped. DJ was dropped. 4th down, and now decision time for Florida State. Because it looks like you're in that zone that you can either take a field goal, you could punt it, or you could go for it again, but after last time going for it, do you really want to go for it again? It's going to be the question. They're going to set up a long field goal, 4th and 5. This one's 52 yards. Ryan Fitzgerald, one of the best kickers in college football. Here's the kick. That one's up. And it is good. Florida State tacks on 3 more. It is 11-7. 52-yarder for Ryan Fitzgerald. Beautiful kick. And it had just enough. It could have been good from 55. Great kick. 11-7 right there. Florida State with the lead right now. Only 4 points, though, so Georgia Tech still in this game. This is a very close one, everybody. Really fun one, too. So, of course, we'll be right back in just a moment. All right, everyone. We are getting set for kickoff. And so we're in the second quarter. 11-7 Florida State on top right now. So far, there's still a lot I think this Georgia Tech defense has got to work on. At least it's just it is still the first game of the season. lot can be learned from this team, but still, I mean, it is kind of it's one of those things where Georgia Tech's defense has got to get better if they want to have a chance to really compete with the best of the best in the ACC. And really, Florida State's one of the best in the ACC. So we are witnessing a very close game. But defensive-wise, I still think there's a lot that needs to be improved. I mean, both sides, I think both defenses have a lot to improve on so far. So we're going to see what the rest of this game will tell us. But national broadcast coming back. Of course, we thank y'all for watching too, because, you chose to listen to us instead of listening to ESPN. So we thank you for that. So Haynes King, of course, they're showing some highlights of him. He is very good at decision making, whether he wants to run or throw the ball. Got a very good arm. This guy, he probably would still be at Texas A&M had he not got hurt a couple of years ago and then had to sit out the rest of the season. I mean, this guy was the starter, and then, of course, he got hurt, realized that he was not going to be the starter for very long, so he transferred out, and now he's the starter here at Georgia Tech. But here we go. Here is the kick, and that'll be a touchback as Georgia Tech will begin at the 25. So last year, offensive-wise, they were the first in the ACC in rush yards per game. They were last in rush yards per game allowed on the defensive side. So Buster Faulkner is the offensive coordinator and tight ends coach for Georgia Tech. So here we go. Here is the snap. Haynes King dropping around, throwing. That one's incomplete. A little bit behind his receiver. He was looking for number 2, Eric Singleton Jr. is who he was looking for. 2nd and 10 here for Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech has got one of the toughest schedules right now, according to ESPN's poll right here. They have the 4th toughest schedule, just behind Florida, USC, and Northwestern. Here we go. Here's a snap. Georgia Tech. There's the run for Jamal Haynes. He will get about 4 or 5 right there. It's going to be a 3rd down for the Yellow Jackets. Haynes King trying to get his play call from his coach. 10.5 minutes to go. 3rd and 5 for Georgia Tech. Just got to get 5 yards here if you were Georgia Tech. Just keep moving the ball down the field. Here's King. Looking, throwing, caught! Got a man! And that is 1st down and quite a bit more for Chase Lane. First time calling his name out today. Great play right there. And another 1st down for Georgia Tech as we are got 10 minutes till halftime. Here we go. King sends a man in motion. Hands it off. Jamal Haynes again, trying to barrel his way. And he's got about 5 or 6 yards right there. He is a barreling running back right there. Great stuff for him. 2nd down. And 4 yards to go. So we got about 6 right there. 9.5 minutes to go. Haynes King's got his running back. This guy is Jamal Haynes getting a breather, sends a man in motion. Here's the handoff, and that's a great run, getting the edge. And a first down and a lot more for Georgia Tech. And a great run. And that is Alexander, who they just said was more of a practice squad guy, getting a carry. He's still in the game right behind Haynes King. Here's King faking the handoff, looking to throw. Deep pass, looking end zone, and a little bit too far for Eric Singleton Jr. He nearly had him a touchdown. 2nd and 10 for the Jackets. Just an overthrow right there by Haynes King, and he had his man wide open. Just a tough break right there. That really is a guy. That's really sort of what we've seen from Haynes King, kind of inconsistent. Here he goes running with the ball, trying to get the edge. He's going to get close to that first down. First down, and he got tackled, and his coach went. One of his coaches, many coaches, was running to celebrate, and he slipped. It is very slippery down there on that field. Haynes King first down for the Jackets. So Georgia Tech, of course, is a run-heavy team like we've said. So, of course, 1st and 10. Sends a man in motion. He's got one back behind him. Still Alexander. Hands it off. Alexander breaks a tackle. And he is barreling. That one will be close to a first down. It's going to be 2nd down, but that was close. Great run for the Jackets right there. And Alexander, some great carries right there. You got to be pleased if you're a Jackets fan. Just some great running. Breaking off some of the tackles. Just a great sequence right there. 2nd and 3 as Georgia Tech's moving the ball. Jamal Haynes back in the game behind Haynes King. He fakes the handoff. Haynes King trying to get the edge. Breaks a tackle. I believe that's a first down. At least it's close. Yes, first down. Georgia Tech. Haynes King just doing a great job of getting the outside, breaking off with some tackles, and just doing a great job here in this game so far. This is a 9-play, 61-yard drive, nearly 5 minutes taken off the clock. Here we go. Sends a man in motion. King, handoff to Haynes. Haynes barreling, and he gets about 4 or 5 right there. 2nd down for Georgia Tech. DJU on the sidelines, looking to get back on that field. He is 9 of 10 for 78 yards today, but Florida State, of course, isn't on the field playing offense right now. They're playing defense. So 2nd and 6, 4-yard carry right there for Jamal Haynes. 10-play, 65-yard drive, 5.5-minute clock. Haynes King sends a man in motion, takes a snap. He's going to take off it with himself. Haynes King, he's got a first down, and he will have 1st and goal for the Jackets as they are looking to score a touchdown. This Florida State defense looks a little tired. Georgia Tech grinding it out a little bit. This defense has been on the field for 6 minutes. They want a break. And whether it's a field goal or it's a touchdown, they are about to get one here soon. Or if it's a turnover. So, Haynes King. King sends another man in motion. Here's the handoff, and about a yard is all that will be given. I believe it's Alexander who took that carry. So, 2nd and goal for Georgia Tech. Mike Norvell not really liking what he's seeing at this moment from his defense. Of course, they are very tired. Haynes King today, 3 of 5, 53 yards, but he's got 32 rush yards himself, which has been big and vital here in this first half. Haynes King got one back behind him, sends a man in motion. King fakes the handoff, going to take it himself. I think he got a yard, but nothing more. That defense continues to stand. 3rd and goal right there. 1 yard to go. And he nearly lost the ball right there. Lucky to keep a hold of it. So 3rd and goal, 13-play drive, 7.5 minutes taken off the clock. We are getting close to halftime. And can Florida State hold? That's the question that we are waiting to see. Haynes King, one man behind him. Going to hand it off. Haynes barrels. Did he get in? I think he did. They're going to signal touchdown, Georgia Tech. It is now 13-11. Nearly 8-minute drive, and Jamal Haynes punches it in for the score. 13-11 as they now have the lead in this game. Brent Key visibly happy right now on that sideline. They got the lead. 14 plays, 75 yards, nearly 8 minutes taken off the clock, and the extra point is to come. Here is the extra point. It is up, and it is good. Georgia Tech, 14-11. They have the lead right now. Jamal Haynes barrels and fights, and he gets a touchdown. As right now, it is Georgia Tech up 3. Be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back. College football here on Savor Broadcast Network. It is the Aer Lingus College Football Classic from Dublin, Ireland. Florida State and Georgia Tech going at it. Of course, at halftime, we'll give you some commentary to what we're seeing here in the game so far. While also, we're going to go get, of course, our college football wraparound show from last Saturday. We are going to play some of that. So here is the kickoff, and that is going to be a touchback right there. So, Florida State football. Of course, some midweek games. Going to be some good midweek games. Of course, next Saturday is going to be really good. So you do not want to miss anything. Of course, Savor Broadcast Network. You don't want to miss us either because we got some great stuff. So here we go. It is Florida State on the football field playing offense down by 3. Both teams pretty much been even with their possession time. Here's DJ throwing it out to Tuafili. Tuafili gets a few yards and runs out of bounds while taking one of the coaches on the other side with him. So right now, last 2 drives, Florida State 8 rush and 9 yards. So right now, we're just working on getting you. Here we go. Tuafili up the gut and going to be 3rd down after a gain of about 1 yard. So 2.5 minutes to go. Georgia Tech's defense has not been out there very much in the last few minutes. Of course, Georgia Tech had like an 8-minute drive. So here we go. Here we go. DJ takes a snap. Looking. He's going to escape the pocket, run, and I believe he got the first down. He got the first down, and just a great way to pick up that first down. He was looking to pass, and he escaped the pocket. Now we have an injury. Defensive player named Scott for Georgia Tech. Let's take a short commercial break with them. So, right back. All right, and here's a look at the video that we will be playing at halftime so that you can, of course, get an idea of what our halftime show will consist of. So we will, of course, show that at halftime. So we'll have a little bit of analysis, and then we will go back to our official preseason rank predictions and all that, so that you can get an idea how at least I stand on the college football season. So That'll be halftime. So, right now we're still at commercial break. Hey, 13-second break. Let's take it. Again, my editor Colton Naylor, he wanted to throw in a little bit of a little fun with that little 13-second commercial. So he decided he was gonna throw in a little something. So yeah, very very funny that he did that. So if he's watching, thank you for a great commercial. But here we go. We are nearly to halftime. It is Florida State football and down 3. Let's see what they can do. So here we go. DJ Uiagalelei. He's got his running back, Roydell Williams, to his right. And so, 1st and 10, a minute 56 to go. Here we go. Here is the snap. Uiagalelei, he will throw it, and that will be caught for about 8 yards. Also, something to keep in mind, not only was the player injured, but that was also part of the new 2-minute timeout. It's not a 2-minute warning, according to the refs, but basically same concept as you see in the NFL. So it's a free timeout, basically, for all these teams. So here we go. DJ giving out some signals, got his running back, Roydell Williams, to his right. So here we go. DJ gets a snap, hands it off. Roydell Williams. And he's still fighting. I think after the push, he's got a first down. Wow. And Florida State's just looking to keep the football the rest of the quarter, try to get something on the board, possibly get a field goal, tie this game, and go to the break. Tied. But here we go. 45 seconds to go in the half. Roydell Williams to the left now of DJ. Takes a snap, fakes it, looking deep. Got a man! And that is incomplete to Ophelia. Now we got a flag. We have a flag, and I believe this is going to be defensive pass interference is what I'm thinking we're about to see. It is defensive pass interference, just like I said. And now, that is big. That is real big, everybody. I think this is only the second penalty of the game. And I believe both of them have come against Georgia Tech. So, that is big. Yes, only the second penalty for 30 yards total going against Georgia Tech. So now, from the 40-yard line, here is Florida State, 32 seconds to go in the half. He's got 2 men behind him as DJ sends one of them in motion. That's Jalen Lucas. DJ scrambling around, looking, another flag, throwing. That one's incomplete, but like I said, we got a flag on the play. So we will see what the flag is all about. So, just awaiting the call. So we have 2 holding penalties, 1 declined, 1 accepted. And they're both against the offense. So The holding against number 63, which is oh, and I never changed possession. I'm sorry about that. Wait, no, I did. I'm sorry. Getting a little confused here, but number 63 on the offensive line is Jeremiah Byers. That one declined. The one against Darius Washington accepted. Here's the throw out to his receiver. That one's Jalen Brown, and he picks up a few yards. 15 seconds to go. Second down. And Mike Norvell. It looks like Florida State has taken its first timeout of the game, trying to set up an opportunity for a field goal. So, of course, national broadcast is going to a commercial. Florida State taking a timeout. So, let's keep it here. So right now what you've been seeing is you got two teams who the defenses to me I think have played okay, not great. This is a lot of I think this is a similar Florida State team to what we saw last season in that they're just okay on defense. Like I feel like they're good on defense but not great yet. They can be great, but I feel like they still have a lot to fix. This is just the first game of the season, though, so we will see how things fare for them. But overall, Florida State, I think, has just got a lot to work on with its defense. The offense, I thought, has looked really good so far. So then Georgia Tech, their defense still has a lot of work left to. They got a lot of work they need to do. I'm just being honest. They are just not. I mean, it's not incredible defense if you're Georgia Tech. Still have some of the same issues that you had from last season. But overall, it is better. Much better than what they did last season. So that is something to keep in mind as they have a tough schedule. We'll see if any of that proves to push them to the limit. We will see. So they are at a commercial break. We are still waiting on that to finish. But right now, I want in the comments below, what do you think about this game so far? Do you agree with me that it feels like both defenses have some work to do and that the offenses have really taken advantage of some of these weaknesses from the defense? Let me know in the chat. Come on. Give me something. As we sit here and wait on the return of this game. I believe it's 15 seconds left in the half. Oops. I didn't realize I had my volume all the way up on my phone. So right now we are just here we go. They are finally back. Ryan Fitzgerald. So here we go. They need like one more yard to get into field goal range. So here is DJU. He's got a running back to his left. Sends a man in motion. Here's DJ. Looking. Got time in the pocket. Throwing across his body. That one's incomplete. Nearly had his man. It looked like he was looking for number 0, Ja'Kai Douglas. 3rd and 10 now for Florida State. Excuse me. They need a yard to get into field goal range. So There hasn't been a lot of passes. There's only been 2 passes that have been more than 6 yards down the field for Florida State. So, a lot of short passes so far. Here we go. DJ got his running back to his right. Looks like it's Tuafili. Hands it off. Tuafili trying to get the edge. And he's brought down behind the line as that will take us to halftime. That is it. And that is not what Florida State wanted. Or wait, Florida State took a timeout. So this is going to be a long field goal. So 1 second left. I thought the clock ran out, but apparently they got a timeout right in time. So this is going to be 59 yards. On a 4th and 11, you have a 59-yard kick coming for Ryan Fitzgerald. Now I wonder if Georgia Tech takes the timeout to ice the kicker. You would think they would do it, but we will wait and see. 59 yards. So Georgia Tech takes the timeout, like I said, trying to ice the kicker. So 59 yards. Ryan Fitzgerald hit a 52-yarder earlier in the game. And 59 yards, though, is quite a bit longer than 52. So this is going to be a very interesting kick here. And see if he can knock this one in. So another rule change is that Georgia Tech can only call 1 timeout to ice the kicker right here. So here we go. Ryan Fitzgerald. Does he have the leg? It's up. This one, it would be good. It is. Ryan Fitzgerald knocks it in. 59 yards. We are tied at the break. What a kick. Folks, it is halftime, and Ryan Fitzgerald just knocked in a 59-yarder. It had plenty of leg into that one. He could have made it from 60 if he wanted to. Perfect kick. It is halftime. What a kick. All right, let's go to me in the past. Without a doubt, folks, it is time to reveal the college football playoff field, in my opinion. Now, you do not have to agree with my playoff at all, but you're going to see that you may not come out with the same thing that I come out with, but here is my playoff right here. All right, let's start out with this bracket. Now, this is how the bracket is going to look. I'm going to go to full screen so that you can get a good look at this. So, first of all, we start out with the top left of the bracket. You have Oklahoma against Notre Dame. Now, you can see, first off, let me go ahead and mention that when you look at the SEC, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 SEC schools I have going to the college football playoff. It's a 12-team bracket, and 5 of the teams are from the SEC. That's just how it is, okay? Now, Georgia is number 1, Oregon 2, Florida State 3, Kansas 4, with the way it's all going to shake out, in my opinion. So, if you look at the top left, I got Oklahoma beating Notre Dame. Oklahoma is just overwhelmingly the better team over Notre Dame, in my opinion. Notre Dame is a team that will be in the playoff. They'll get to the first round, and they're not going to do anything after that because they're going to have to go on the road, and they're not beating Oklahoma in the playoff. You go to the bottom left, you got Texas against Liberty, and I mean, I got to be honest. Yes, I guess it's fair to give a group of 5 school a chance, but Liberty going to Texas, that's just not fair at all. Texas is going to steamroll them. They're in Austin. I mean, Texas will steamroll Liberty. And then you look at the top right, you got Ohio State and Missouri. I mean, Ohio State's going to win that game. Missouri definitely, I think, is a team that is going to be an incredible team. I mean, Luther Burden is incredible. You got Brady Cook as the quarterback. So, I mean, that quarterback wide receiver duo is just hard to stop. But Ohio State's going to get the win. And then you look at the bottom right, you got Alabama against Penn State, which could be actually the best game in that first round. Alabama, I think, gets the win. I think Kalen DeBoer is going to do a great job for the Tide. Then you look at the quarterfinal round. You got Georgia against Oklahoma. You got Kansas against Texas. You have Ohio State and Florida State. And then you have Oregon and Alabama. Now, where do I think these – first off, let me say where I think these matchups are going to be held, okay? Oregon and Alabama, I think, is the Rose Bowl. I think Oregon being – the Big Ten school, they are going to want to go to the Rose Bowl, okay? Then you look at Oklahoma and Georgia is going to be at the Peach Bowl. I think Florida State's going to be playing. Oh, what is it? I believe they're going to be at the Sugar Bowl, and then Kansas and Texas will be at the Fiesta Bowl. That's how I predict it. Of course, you start with the top left, Oklahoma and Georgia. I just think Georgia is just too much for Oklahoma, okay? So Georgia will beat Oklahoma in Atlanta. And then you look at Kansas and Texas. I mean, Texas is just going to be an incredible team. Kansas, just, I don't see them having a chance because it's not SEC bias or anything like that. But when you come from the SEC, you're playing much tougher competition, and I just don't see Kansas beating Texas, okay? Then you look at Ohio State and Florida State. Again, Big Ten team against ACC. I just see Ohio State beating Florida State. I don't see Florida State. For one, I think their schedule's too weak. But then two, I just see Ohio State just being the better team. Ohio State, and then I got Alabama beating Oregon. Alabama, I think, is just too much for Oregon. And then, so you look at the semifinal round. Georgia and Texas will be in the Orange Bowl. Ohio State and Alabama in the Cotton Bowl. Georgia over Texas. I think they go 2-1 in the season against Texas. Georgia's just a better team. I mean, that's just flat out what it is. Texas just wins at home because they're at home. Then you look at Ohio State and Alabama. I have Alabama, okay? Because Alabama, I just think it's going to be too much for Ohio State. Even though Ohio State's had a good defense for a while, I just don't see Will Howard being able to put up enough to counteract that Alabama offense this season with Jalen Milroe and all those receivers Alabama's got. I mean, Alabama, I think, will beat Ohio State. Then you get to the national championship game. I got Alabama beating Georgia, okay? So Alabama gets that rematch against Georgia, big time Atlanta, and I think Alabama gets the win over Georgia. So Alabama gets the championship that means more, which is the national championship. So Kalen DeBoer, first year, I think he gets the national championship with Alabama. He had a chance last year with Washington to beat Michigan, came up short. This year with Alabama, I think he gets the championship. I think Jalen Milroe is going to be incredible this season, and so that is my playoff field right there. So I'm going to go. Let's go to the comments right quick. What do y'all think about this playoff? Do you disagree with me? Do you agree? How do you feel on this? Because this is my playoff bracket. It's going like based off of the way I got the teams ranked. So this is just how I have it set up. Now, in the past, what you would have done is whichever team you have at number 1 would have definitely be the team that won the championship. Now, with this way the bracket is set up, not necessarily. Okay? That's the one thing I do want to stress to you. The way that this bracket is set up, you don't have to choose the number 1 team every single year to win the championship. Alabama, I got them at 7. The only reason why is because, 5 and 6 are teams that played in the conference championship game that came close to winning their conference, okay? Alabama's the best team that does not go to their conference championship game. I think that's fair for everybody to agree on, okay? Now, let's go to the comments. 7.5 out of 10 bracket. And then Colton Naylor also says pretty good. And then Chris Naylor says Missouri, Kansas neither be in the playoff. I mean, I disagree. I mean, Kansas, in my opinion, they're going to win the conference, so they're in. That's just my opinion. So, of course, that is my predictions. But first, before we go, I've got 2 things. Well, really one thing, and then, you got your outro. But I've already said this, but I wanted to go ahead and tell you again. Next Saturday, folks, get ready. Florida State and Georgia Tech at 11 a.m. following wraparound, which is going to be awesome to be back broadcasting college football. I mean, we're here, folks. Finally back to college football. I mean, right now, on my screen in front of you, like in front of myself, I've got the Titans preseason game going right now. So, football is back, everybody. Let's enjoy it because good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to college football here on Savor Broadcast Network. I'm Cooper Naylor, and we are one half down, and we still got another half of the first game of the season, everybody. It has been just a great matchup here today as we are fixing to head into the third quarter. Of course, Georgia Tech's going to get the ball to begin the half. We're going to reset timeouts. There we go. All right. So, again, here's just my assessment so far of what we've seen. First off, offenses, I've really liked what I've seen from both Georgia Tech and Florida State. Now, Haynes King for Georgia Tech, I think he did miss a couple of throws that he probably wish he could have had, especially that one. I mean, he would have had a touchdown on. So I think he missed a couple of golden opportunities with, in the passing game. And then for DJ, I like the short passes, but at some point you're going to have to prove to us you can throw the ball down the field. So, and he's like 50%. He's like 1 of 2 for with passes that are more than 6 yards down the field. So I mean, there's going to have to be you're going to have to throw the ball down the field a little bit more than what you do. So you got to be better in that category. So overall, run game though, I've loved both teams. They are they're really good at running the football. This is going to be a fun matchup here in the second half. We're tied at 14, and it is incredible. So, of course, we got a lot of football left to be played. So, also Wednesday night during college football wraparound, that we will be announcing our next set of games for next week, what we're doing, and you heard me right, games. So it's not just one game. We're going to be doing multiple. So that is something to keep in mind. But for right now, let's take another short commercial break, and then we will be back. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are just moments away from the beginning of the second half. Again, here's something else to talk about when it comes to the second half. Which defense is going to show up? I mean, I know it's still 14-14, but defenses really haven't played that great today, in my opinion. I feel like it could be better. So, we're going to have to see which defense decides to show up first. So that's something to keep in mind. So, again, we are just waiting on the second half to get underway. Thank you all for watching. This is incredible. Like I said at the beginning, we are at 81 subscribers on YouTube as of this morning. So if you haven't already, please consider subscribing on YouTube. We are at like 11 followers on Rumble. We've only been doing Rumble since January. So that is amazing to think about, that we're already up to 11. So, of course, if you're watching on Rumble, please consider following us there. And, of course, if you're on Rumble right now and if you want to be able to vote, what you can do is go to YouTube and go to our channel and go to the community page, community post, and you can vote on the games that we will be letting you pick, and then also you can vote for the rankings so that you get an opportunity to let your voice be heard as far as it comes to college football and the rankings and the game picks. So we still got a couple more minutes until kickoff of the second half. So let's take a 13-second break and come back. All right, everybody. Second half. So, what do I suspect that we can see in the second half? Well, first off, I believe that both of these teams are playing incredibly well. I feel like we're going to see maybe some adjustments on that defensive side. But I will say I think the better defense today has been Florida State overall. But I mean, that's not to say that neither one of these teams could really, make a run on offense. So, really, what I would say to watch out for is just that offense from. Really, I want to see Florida State open it up a little bit. I think that's what I'm trying to say is that I want to see Florida State open it up, more passes over 6 yards, trying to open up the field because I feel like that at the end of the day, when it comes to the best of the best that Florida State's going to play, they're going to have to open up the field because you can't just throw short little dunk passes and expect to be able to beat some of these best teams in the conference. So they're going to have to, and especially also considering the fact that they play Florida at the end of the season, I feel like you can't just, rely on short little, 1 yard passes to be able to beat Florida. So they got to open up the field a little bit. we got to see a little bit more from him on that front. But overall, I think that this is so far been a pretty good game for him. Georgia Tech also, I want to see the passing game kind of open up a little bit. Both teams really have not thrown the ball far down the field at all. So I think that's the main thing is I want to see some passes, maybe like 10 yards down the field. Something just to kind of get these players just open up the field. I just feel like that's going to be huge for these teams. So here we go. And right now, ESPN, the national broadcast, is showing some clips of the run game for both of these teams. Just again, like I said, the offenses have been really good here today, and Georgia Tech especially. I mean, they are a run-heavy team, and they are doing a great job of it. So, here we go. Georgia Tech football to begin the second half. So here we go. Georgia Tech opens up with the football. We're going to see what they can do. Again, I think they just got to open the field up a little bit. They got to get a couple of passes down the field a little bit so that it opens up the field even more for some short passes and the run game to be even more effective. So here we go. Haynes King sends a man in motion. Here's the snap. Handing it off. It is their running back, Jamal Haynes. He's got the edge. He's cut down past midfield and down to the 40-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Jackets. And like that, I mean, again, this defense for Florida State has really been struggling, and Jamal Haynes opens it up. Great running right there by Jamal Haynes. And that is a burst of speed. 8 carries, 69 yards. Here is Haynes King taking it himself, getting about 4 or 5 yards right there. Going to be second down for the Jackets. 2nd and 6. So Jamal Haynes having himself a pretty good day. Last season, he had 174 rush yards, 174 carries, 1,059 yards, and 7 touchdowns. So you can clearly see that they are trying to get him even more involved this season. So here's Haynes King taking it himself, and he will get a yard. That's it. So it's going to be 3rd down, about 5 to go. He's asking for a face mask, but definitely not going to get it. So 3rd and 5, Florida State, can they stop? Can they stop Georgia Tech right here and right now? That's going to be big. So 3rd and 5, here's Haynes King giving out some signals. Here we go. King looking, throwing. That's incomplete. 4th and 5 as he was looking for Malik Rutherford, and that will, with this range, it's going to be interesting to see whether it's field goal opportunity or if it's a punt. But it looks like they're going to bring the field goal unit out and try a field goal here. This is a 51-yard attempt right here. So here we go. 51 yards. Here is the kick. It is up. It is no good. It is wide right. And Florida State, luckily, will not have 3 points put up on them. The game will remain tied at 14 apiece. We'll be right back, everybody. All right, welcome back, everybody. They're still at commercial, and so what you saw is you had one big run by Jamal Haynes, and then they just could not capitalize. It was a 51-yard field goal that was wide right. So Georgia Tech and Florida State still tied at 14. Let's go. Let's take a 13-second break. All right, everybody. We are just moments into the third quarter, and you just saw a missed field goal. So, yep, that is what happened. And so we are just waiting on ESPN to return to action. It has been a great day So this commercial break is still going on. This is a long break. ESPN making their money back though. That's for sure. So, game is about to return back to action. Florida State's going to start with the football. Again, just like I said for Georgia Tech, I want them to open the field up a little bit. Get the ball moving down the field a little bit. So, here is DJ. Get a look to pass. Looking, scrambling, throwing. That was deflected. Looked like he was looking for Kyle Morlock. And that is knocked down by that defensive line. So, here we go. 2nd and 10 for Florida State. The number 11 ranked team in the SBN poll. Sends a man in motion. Got his running back, Roy Dell Williams, who will take the handoff and get about 2 or 3 yards right there. It'll be 3rd down for the Seminoles. So 12 and a half minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Tied at 14, 3rd and 7. So let's see what Florida State can do. Today, Florida State 2 of 5 on 3rd down, 6-yard average on the 3rd down. So here's DJ taking the snap, looking, throwing, caught. Douglas, he caught the ball, but they said he was out of bounds. But let's look at this again. And, that's hard to tell. He may be in bounds. He may have got the tip of his foot in. But they may. Okay, there is a review. They are reviewing it. So this certainly looks like it could be a catch in my mind. He got the tip. It looked like he got the tip of his foot down on the. Really, you got to look at that camera down near his foot, right to the back of Douglas. It looks like he may have got his foot got the tip of his right foot in bounds before falling out. The camera they're showing now, you can't really. Well, yes, actually, I think he did. I think he's in bounds. I think this will be 1st down, Florida State, and go down and continue this drive. Right now, the call on the field is incomplete pass. The call has been reversed, so Florida State will continue moving down the field. That was a booth review. So, interesting right there. Ja'Kai Douglas, though. What a catch. Like I said, they needed more. They needed passes more than 6 yards down the field, and that was one of them. That I said they needed something like that. So great play right there. So here we go. DJU takes a snap. Looking, throwing down the field. That's caught! Nearly, no. I thought it was caught. Okay. I thought he dropped it. Nearly had it. I thought he had it first, though. It was a little short, to be honest. Yep, it's a drop. He did not complete the catch. Ja'Kai Douglas again, though. I thought he was going to have that one. Not quite the best throw. It was a little short. I thought he almost had that one. 2nd and 10. Would have been an amazing catch had he caught it. One man behind DJ. Hands it off to a Feely. Taking it, and he will gain about 4 or 5 yards right there. It's going to be 3rd down for Florida State. We saw today that their kicker, Ryan Fitzgerald, he sure can kick a football. So they should be able to rely on him for a long field goal if they need it, but that's not what they're looking for. So 3rd and 6 right here for Florida State. This could be a big moment in the game. A lot of momentum on the line. Here we go. Man in motion for Florida State. DJ looking, throwing, just has to throw it away, and now it's going to be 4th and 6. So now we're going to see what this Florida State offense does. It's 4th and 6. Let's see if they just go for it. They have not punted today. Okay, so they are punting. They are punting this ball away. First time today that they are going to punt. And that one will go into the end zone. So now it's going to be Georgia Tech ball from about the 25. So of course, right now they are looking at the 12-team bracket for the playoff. So wow. If you take the current rankings right now, Georgia, Ohio State, Florida State, and Utah get the byes. In the 5-12, it's Oregon against Boise State. In the 8-9, it's Ole Miss against Notre Dame. I couldn't get the rest of it, but that is crazy. Here we go. Haynes King, one man behind him. Taking the snap, hands it off. Jamal Haynes. He's brought down for a loss of 3. Lundy, the man that got Haynes right there. 2nd down and 12 to go. And Jamal Haynes didn't even have a chance right there. Great tackle, though. DJ Lundy, just incredible. Here we go. King throwing, and that's way over the head of his receiver. Incomplete. 3rd and 12 now for this Georgia Tech offense as now if you are Georgia Tech, you gotta do something now. It's 3rd and 12. It's 3rd quarter. You're in a tie ball game. You got to start trying to do something. Here we go. Haynes King in throws 5 yards or less, he is 3 of 3. Passes 6 or more yards, he's 0 of 4. Here's King looking, throwing, incomplete. His receiver fell. It's 4th and 12, and Florida State will get it back. Not a great sequence right there for Georgia Tech, but that defense of Florida State, much better on that possession. Much better. I think that is what people were wanting, and I think they finally started doing a little bit better right there. So here we go. Shanahan back out, ready to punt it away. There's the snap. Shanahan will punt it away. This is a nice punt right here. It'll be picked up. And here is a return that'll go for a few yards, and that is all. So, 1st and 10, it will be Florida State football. National Broadcast is going to take a commercial break, and so are we. So, we will be back in a minute. All right, welcome back, everybody. Here we go. Huey Ungalale giving up to Royd L. Williams, who will get a few yards right there, and that'll be it. 2nd down. So, of course, Shanahan began. He, of course, went to Melbourne to study how to kick, and then he's been all over the place. David Shanahan, of course, is the Irish-born punter for Georgia Tech. And here's Roydell Williams for Florida State. He got a yard short of that line to gain for the first down. So now it's going to be 3rd and 1. So eight and a half minutes to go in the third quarter. 3rd and 1. Under center is DJ Uyunglele. It's a quarterback sneak. He got away and he picked up the first down. A great play right there from DJU. And now a pile up. Now they got all the players up. First down for Florida State. So here we go. Clock is ticking. 8 minutes to go in the third. DJ got two backs to the right. One to the right and one to the left. Here's the snap to Afili. Gonna take it and get about 3, and that's it. So 2nd down. So now, of course, just they're showing DJ's pickup of the first down. He's 13 of 18, 111 yards, 8 rush yards for him today. Here's DJ looking, throwing deep, incomplete and out of bounds. He is looking for Malik Benson. So 3rd and 7 now. So 3rd and 7. We will see where Florida State goes on this one. Because if they don't get it, they most likely will have to punt this. So they need to get 7 yards right here. So here we go. One back to the right of DJ. Sends another man in motion. DJ looking, getting pressured. And he's being brought down for the sack. Georgia Tech. What a beautiful play right there. And Florida State will have to punt. Also, Colton Naylor was not able to join us for game picks, but he does have his picks on his own YouTube channel, so we'll get to that here in a minute. As there's the punt from Mastromano. That one will... Oh, man! Man! So the punt returner, Rodney Shelley, caught the ball, and he was blown up. What a hit. Shelley blown up by Joseph of Florida State. What a play. Man. All right. So to get to these picks of Colton's, just so that you have an idea of who he chose. In this game right here, he has Florida State winning. He's got New Mexico beating Montana State. He's got SMU beating Nevada. And then he's got Hawaii beating Delaware State. So those are his picks for this week's games. So that is a record of what he's got. So let's take another commercial break, and we'll be right back. Okay. I think I got it figured out now, everybody. Okay. Here we go. Here is a snap. Haynes King will get it over to his receiver, and that'll be complete right there. That is Avery Boyd for Georgia Tech. 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. Haynes King again. I mean, he's 4 for 4 on passes 5 yards or less, 0 for 5 on 6 or more yards. So, again, he's got to hit some of these deep passes at some point in this game. But here we go. Here is man in motion. That's Chase Lane. Here's the snap. Haynes King going to take off with himself and get like 1 yard, and that's it. Nothing doing. The stark contrast from first and second halves. Florida State tightened up on defense a little bit. Both teams' defenses have started to show up a little bit here in this second half. So, here we go. 2nd and 10. King looking, throwing, and that one is caught! Chase Lane! Nice catch right there. And first down, Georgia Tech. And that, like I said, that was what they needed. Was a pass farther than 5 yards, and they got it. Here we go. King, short pass, caught. And right there was number 8, Malik Rutherford. It'll be 2nd down, and we will see how far they got to go for this one. Nice pass, though. So, Georgia Tech, maybe a little bit of confidence here. 2nd and 5. Chase Lane, 2 receptions for 31 yards here today. King has got his running back to his left. It's Jamal Haynes. Sends another man in motion. Here's the handoff. Malik Rutherford. He's got a few yards right there. And it's going to be a first down for Georgia Tech. Under 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. Georgia Tech, a little bit of confidence now as they show DJU warming up there on the sidelines, trying to stay warm. Haynes King takes the snap, fakes the handoff, looking, trying to dance around, got to just get rid of it, throws it, got his man, and running down the sidelines is Eric Singleton Jr., who gets to about the 27, 26-yard line. Nice way to improvise and keep the play going for Haynes King. So 3:19 to go. Well, 3:15, to go here in the third quarter. 2nd and 3. And incredible play here so far from Haynes King on this drive. They are in a rhythm. Singleton in motion. Here's the fake handoff. He lost the ball. He lost the ball. Who's got it? And I think, Georgia Tech recovered, but Haynes King nearly turned the ball over. That is the first fumble of the season here in college football, and nearly Georgia Tech lost it. What it looked like is both Haynes and King thought they were going to take the ball, and it caused for the here we go. King looking, throwing, caught! Rutherford, first down, Georgia Tech. As the Jackets are looking really good on this drive. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that Florida State has not lost an ACC conference game since 2022. So, if Georgia Tech were to win this game, that first time in 2 years that Florida State loses a conference game. Here is King handing it off. And that's Alexander who gets right there. Good running by the back. And Georgia Tech on this drive has looked really good. This is the second season that Buster Faulkner has been the offensive coordinator at Georgia Tech. He's spent 3 seasons as Georgia quarterback quality control assistant, and then 12 total seasons as a coach, I believe is what it said. So here we go, 2nd and 5, under a minute to go in the third quarter. Haynes King sends Alexander in motion. King looking, gonna run. He's got a first down and a lot more. He's gonna run, and he's got a first and goal at about either the 1 or the 2. Haynes King, just explosive. And now you got 30 seconds to go in the third quarter, and Georgia Tech is looking really good right now. Haynes King fought for every yard he could right there on that play. Now you got 1st and goal, 15 seconds to go, and they may just elect to let this clock run out, and I think that's what they're going to do. As Georgia Tech and Florida State, none of them scored in this quarter. Bring on quarter number 4. First, let's go to commercial, and we'll be back for the fourth quarter here on Savor Broadcast Network, college football. Welcome back, everybody. Football here on Savor Broadcast Network. I'm Cooper Naylor. We've got one quarter left in the first game of the whole college football season. It is going to be exciting. Like I said, one last quarter to see who is the winner of the Aer Lingus College Football Classic this season. So, Florida State, their defense there at the end of the quarter kind of got tired again, like it did in the end of the second. So, now it's going to be interesting. Georgia Tech, they have a first and goal. Let's see what they do. But here we go. Haynes King at quarterback. This is a 10-play, 87-yard drive. It's amassed 6 minutes and 19 seconds. Here's the handoff. Jamal Haynes, he's in! Touchdown, Georgia Tech! And the Jackets open up their biggest lead of the game. What a game. Georgia Tech takes the lead. Jamal Haynes, I believe this is his second touchdown of the day. And now, with an extra point, they can go up a touchdown. Here's the extra point, up and good. 21-14, Georgia Tech. The Jackets, 3 seconds into the fourth quarter, and they score a touchdown. This is just a simple cut up the middle. The offensive line did a good job of blocking right here. And Jamal Haynes jumps over that offensive line, and he's in for the score. The Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, who are unranked in our poll, potentially gets into the rankings in what is an amazing play right here. Haynes King, though, today, he had a great drive right here. Just a great drive. And like I said before, we open up the field, then good things happen, and that's what Georgia Tech did, and good things happened on that drive. 21-14 as here's the kickoff, and it'll be Florida State football as here will be a return. And not going very far to about the 16, 17-yard line. And here comes DJ Uiagalelei. So now, 14:51 to go in the game. Let's see what Florida State can do. They need to do something on this drive to impress, and so let's see what they will accomplish on this drive right here. 21-14, Georgia Tech. DJU, he's got his running back to his right. I believe that's Lawrence Tuafili. DJ motions, takes a snap. Looking, DJ scrambling around. That'll be caught and out of bounds. That is Ja'Kai Douglas with the catch, first down, Florida State. They are looking to go up tempo. First half, they had 4 drives with no punts. This half, they have had only 2 drives, both times punting the ball away. DJ, 14-20 today, 125 yards. DJ going up to his offensive line, giving out some signals. Here we go. DJ takes a snap, handing it off to his running back. That's Tuafili, who's going to get about 1 or 2 yards, and that's it. nothing more. That Georgia Tech defense is really bowed up, and just an incredible defensive game. Well, at least half for Georgia Tech. But first half for both teams really wasn't that great, but this has been really good. So here we go. Kyle Efford, the linebacker for Georgia Tech. He's got 8 tackles and 1 tackle for loss today. Here we go. DJ under center. Sends a man to motion. Got a man behind him. It's Roy Dell Williams who's going to take the snap, and he will be tackled for a loss. 3rd down for Florida State. And now, this is a big moment for the Seminoles today if they want to continue with their win streak. And also, if you are one of those viewers who chose Florida State in our poll, then you really realize that 75% of you could be wrong on this game. So, a lot of the line today. Here's DJ. Looking, throwing, caught! And we'll see. Is that a first down? Yes, it is. They will give it to him. First down, Florida State. So Florida State picks up the first down. A little bit of a rolling action and just a great throw over there to the receiver, Malik Benson, for Florida State. Here is the snap. Looking, throwing, and that one's incomplete. Looking for Benson again. Way over the head of Benson. 2nd and 10 for the Seminoles. So, really, he probably would have had, I think they said, Jalen Brown. He was wide open over the middle. DJ didn't see it, though. Here we go. 2nd and 10 for the Noles. Here's DJ. Looking, throwing, caught! Kentron Poitier. And that is his first catch of the day. So now, 1st and 10 for the Noles as they're moving the ball down the field. Here we go. DJ will pick up a few yards in that quarterback scramble. And so he just runs right down the middle. Well, actually, this is a replay of. So that was just a replay of the throw to Kentron Poitier. So here we go. DJ takes a snap. Going to hand it off to his running back, who's going to get just about to the line of scrimmage. That right there was Cam Davis. Not very far to go. 3rd down to go for Florida State. 10:45 to go. 3rd and 7. So 3rd and 7 for the Noles. Georgia Tech with the lead. Florida State's win streak in the ACC is on the line here tonight. So here we go. DJ takes a snap. Looking, throwing, incomplete. Out of bounds, and it's 4th and 7. And now, again, this is big because it looks like they are going to go. They are going to go for it. 10 minutes to go in the game. And Mike Norvell says it is too important. Plus, with the way Georgia Tech is holding on to the football. Of course, Georgia Tech's been holding on to the ball for quite a while here in this game. So if you're Florida State, this is the time. You got to go for it. So here we go. DJ takes a snap. Looking, time, down the middle. It's caught. Douglas, first down, Florida State. And we now go under 10 minutes to go in the game. And a great play right there. Ja'Kai Douglas. And DJ, just a great throw. So here we go. Here is the run by Tuafili, who's brought down behind the line of scrimmage. And really, right now, you got to get a touchdown if you're Florida State. You cannot afford to not have a touchdown. 2nd and 13. And run game, it was working in the first half. Here in the second half, it is a no-show. This is a 6-minute drive for Florida State. Here we go. DJ takes the snap. The pitch to Roy Del Williams, who will get about 4 yards. So it'd be 3rd and 9 right here for the Noles. So now, if you are Florida State, then you got to figure out what you're going to do. So here we go. DJ takes the snap, hands it off, and that's Roy Del Williams, who just basically gets not even a yard. I'm confused at why they would run the ball there. It's 4th and 8. And I wonder, do they see this as 4-down territory? It looks like they're going to go for it. I don't understand that. I don't understand why you don't try to pick it up there. That don't make a lot of sense to me, folks. I just got to be honest. That does not make a lot of sense. I would have thought you would have tried to pick up the first down on that 3rd down play. So here we go, 4th and 8. 7.5 minutes to go. DJ looking, throwing, caught! Malik Benson! 1st and goal, Florida State! What a gutsy call right there. I don't understand why they didn't try to pick it up on 3rd down, but hey, it worked on that play. But that was a huge gamble that somehow paid off. So now the tie could be upon us. Here we go. DJ hands it off to Roy Del Williams, who is in. Touchdown, Florida State. And now the question is, they went for 2 on the only touchdown they scored today. Do they go for 2 again? Or do they just kick the extra point? That's a big question. We will await here in moments. 15 plays, 84 yards, 8.5 minutes taken off the clock. But there are still 6.5 minutes. And this Florida State team, Georgia Tech, they have been running a lot of clock. So potentially this has been given too much time for Georgia Tech to go down and win the game. Extra point is up. Extra point is good. We are tied at 21 apiece, folks, in what is a great game. Florida State, Georgia Tech. First game of the season is coming down to the wire. Just what we wanted to begin a great college football season. And folks, what a game. What a game. All right, we got to go to commercial break. After that, we have got more football. All right, everybody, welcome back to college football here on Savor Broadcast Network. Tied at 21-all, folks, in what has been an incredible matchup here so far today. So we are waiting, but we may have a guest on here in a few minutes. Just moving over just to give a little bit of space for him, depending on if he comes or not. Of course, we're just waiting to see. But let's take another commercial. Let's take a 13-second break, and we'll be back. All right. 21-all here from the Aer Lingus College Football Classic. What has been an incredible game here so far. Florida State, momentum for now is still on their side. It's about to be Georgia Tech football. So here we go. That'll be a touchback in Georgia Tech ball. 6.5 minutes to go down the field and win the game. Haynes King, that last drive was incredible. But he has not seen the field in 8.5 minutes. So we will see how they show up on this drive. I will say this. With the way that they've been holding on to the ball, I would think they want to run as much of this clock as they can. So here we go. Haynes King got his running back to his right, sends a man in motion. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff. Haynes King looking, throwing. That'll be caught. And that is Malik Rutherford for a short gain right there. It'll be second down for Georgia Tech. And, of course, Haynes King looking back to the sideline, getting his commands from his coach. 2nd and 6. Like we said at the beginning of the game, until the 15-second point on the play clock, that the coach can talk to the quarterback through helmet communication. So it is a huge aspect of the game now. So here we go. Haynes King sends a man in motion, got a man behind him. Fakes the handoff. Haynes King going to try to get the edge. Haynes King looking. He didn't get to the first down line, but he sure got close. Great job by Haynes King. 5.5 minutes to go in this game. And Haynes King, it's a 3rd down. And 3rd and 2. Haynes King's done a good job in this game, I think. So here we go. 3rd and 2, big moment in this game, tied at 21 apiece. Man in motion, Haynes King. Got Jamal Haynes to his right, and now we got a flag, and it looks like it's going to be on Georgia Tech. But we'll wait and see what the flag is. It is false start on Georgia Tech. So here we go. You would think Haynes King on a 3rd and 7 is gonna have to throw the ball to get this first down. You would think. Four and a half minutes to go. Haynes King takes the snap, looking, throwing. That one's caught. Jamal Haynes, first down and more, going down the sideline. And Georgia Tech converts. 4.5 minutes to go. And Haynes King does a great job of assessing the play. Nearly gets sacked and finds Jamal Haynes. Big time play. Again, clock is running. 4:10 to go, 4th quarter. Here's the snap. Fakes the handoff. King running. He's getting as much as he can. Pushing the pile. And he's down. He got like 7 or 8 yards right there. Under 4 minutes to play, and Georgia Tech is trying to go down and win a football game. Haynes King has done good today. So here we go, 2nd and 3 for Georgia Tech. We will see what they can do. Here's the snap. Hands it off. Alexander, first down. Georgia Tech with 3 minutes to go. This is huge for the Jackets. Georgia Tech O-line has 179 combined collegiate games. And I believe they said 128 together if you add everything together. So, very experienced offensive line that Georgia Tech has. Here's the snap. Haynes King keeps it, trying to get the edge. He's going to get there and get maybe 1 or 2 yards after escaping that pressure. 2.5 minutes to go. Great running there by Haynes King. 2nd and 7. Mike Norvell, you can see he's visibly worried about his team. Now, Georgia Tech definitely is trying to set up a field goal opportunity. As the 2-minute timeout is upon us. Or wait, no. Or wait, it is. So the 2-minute timeout is upon us. I was waiting to see how that works, but there it is. 2 minutes to go in Dublin, Ireland. What a game. We will be back in a moment. All right, everybody, welcome back. We have 2 minutes left in this game, and man, it has been a wild one. We are tied at 21 apiece in what has just been an amazing game. If you look back, it's got to be, I mean, for me, I think the star of the game has got to be, on that Georgia Tech side. I got to go with Haynes King just because of, although the passing, it really started showing in the second half. I think just his ability that he's been able to really dissect and make the right play when he's needed to make the right play, and just his ability to get out of the pocket and make some plays with his legs, I think that's why he's the player of the game. Now, of course, we will wait and see about that, as there's still 2 minutes to go, as Georgia Tech's trying to go get a field goal and win this game. And that's what's going on in reality. So, what a game we have tonight, everybody. So here we go. 2 minutes to go, 2nd and 7. Georgia Tech with the football. And it'll be a big question. Will DJ Uiagalelei and the offense right there for Florida State, will they actually be able to come back on the field? That is a question we will see here in a moment. So here we go. Man in motion. Here's the snap. Handing it off. Jamal Haynes. He's got to the line that they need for a field goal. So it's a 3rd down. And they are very nearly going to get a 1st down. They're letting the clock run as much as they can, which is smart. Trying to ice the game. So Haynes King guiding his offense. 7 plays, 42 yards. A little over 5 minutes. Here's the snap. Handoff. That one, I don't think he got the 1st down right there. Or they did. They gave Alexander the 1st down. So Florida State takes a timeout right here. And that is interesting. So they are trying to preserve as much time as possible. So, all right, we're going to take another commercial break. All right, everybody. Welcome back. We got 1 minute left in this game. Unless Georgia Tech misses that field goal and Florida State and Georgia Tech goes to overtime. So we will await and see. So we're just awaiting the national broadcast to come back. Again, like we've said before, Florida State has not lost a conference game since 2022. So this is big because they are potentially about to lose a game that really they should lose. Georgia Tech's been the better team today. So here we go. It is the final minute of the game, and Georgia Tech has that opportunity to ice it and win it. So here we go. 1 minute, 11 seconds to go. They are trying to set up a field goal opportunity. Last two drives, Haynes King has been 7 of 7 for 81 yards. First 5 drives, he was 3 of 8. So this is huge. Here we go. King takes the snap, hands it off. And that'll be about a yard or... No, he's going to get 2 or 3 after a push. And now it looks like we are going to have our guest coming on. 1 minute to go. Second timeout called by Florida State. Trying to preserve as much time as possible. So let's take a 13-second break and we'll be right back. All right, everybody, we are back, and my guest here, Colton Naylor, is here. How are you, Colton?
Pretty good.
Okay.
How are you?
Oh, there we go. Now we can
you
hear you.
Me? Testing.
Yes. Now we can hear you.
Excellent.
Forgot to turn you on.
Oh,
Yeah.
that might be an issue.
So, from what you've seen, what do you think about this game?
Honestly, I mean, I like DJ. I'm like one of the few supporters of DJ Uyunglele, but he doesn't seem very good today. And then I really didn't know who Haynes King was until like a month ago. So like I was just trying to get figure out, how good he was. And he's impressed me a little. He's not really the best passer, but I mean, he works. He's good for what you would expect from Georgia Tech. So pretty good game.
I'll say this.
The run game's been dominant, but
I think Florida State just, to me, the offense has been good, but they've just relied so much on the run game, which I think Georgia Tech's figured that out.
mm-hmm.
And Georgia Tech, I feel like once they started actually throwing the ball around and opening the field up, I think that really has got Florida State trying to guess what they're going to do next.
Mm-hmm. Also worth noting is that Florida State has like this like high expectation because like last year they were really, really good. The year before they were solid. Georgia Tech doesn't really have expectations. Like the expectation for Georgia Tech is okay ACC school. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like essentially, because next year I found out I think it's Kansas State, Iowa State's playing in Dublin,
mm-hmm.
and I was like, it's basically the same game as this, just Big 12 version, because Kansas State by Florida State is a team that's typically pretty good in the Big 12, probably be either win it, second place, third place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then Iowa State's like Georgia Tech. You never really have good expectations for it. I mean, you do have expectations, but it's never like it's like either you expect them to be good enough to be a bowl team, or good enough to be like at most like 9-10 wins. You know what I mean?
Right.
So like you never like, and that's the same for Georgia Tech. So like you never really expect this to be like Clemson, Georgia level, but still a good game.
Yeah. All right. Aiden Burr, the kicker for Georgia Tech, he did miss earlier today with, I believe it was like a 51-yard field goal. That was right before halftime.
How did he miss that?
So,
That was a chip shot.
I think it may have been right at the beginning of the third quarter. But right now, and of course, it says he has never attempted a game-tying or go-ahead field goal in fourth quarter in his college career. So,
That's not good.
1 minute to go, tied at 21. 2nd and 7. Here's a man in motion. Here's Haynes King. He dropped the ball. He fumbled the ball, and he's gonna lose a lot of yardage.
That looked like he wasn't like it looked like the running back like it looked like when the running back came across, he might have came across a little bit slower than he expected.
Yeah.
And it might have bumped him, maybe. Yeah. I think the running back. What's the running back's name?
That one, that's Eric Singleton Jr., who was in motion.
Yeah, well, maybe not. It looks like he might have clapped and didn't expect him to actually come all the way across. And it might have pumped. I don't know. That was pretty bad.
So Florida State did take their last timeout. They're out of timeouts if they were to get the ball back. So now, if you are Georgia Tech, you're just trying to get as many yards as you can to get this opportunity to go up 3.
Can I make a prediction?
What's your prediction?
You need to do like the Mannings, have like a board of all predictions. Anyway, I'm going to predict it.
Okay.
Georgia Tech gets a field goal. They go up 3 and leave, let's say, 11 seconds.
Okay.
Kick it off. Florida State gets it. They muff the kick. Georgia Tech gets the ball, wins.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. Should I do my predictions before this game's over? Since
Singleton picks up a bunch of yards, and that right there is 4th down. They're going to run as much clock as they can. 4th down, and we will see how far this is.
Wait, you wanted my game picks, right?
Sure, go ahead.
All right, so in this one, I have Florida State. Initially, I had Georgia Tech, but then I changed it for Florida State because I felt like I was being stupid. And now I think I was right in the first place. But either way, you can put me down Florida State, so I'm probably wrong. Then I had New Mexico. New Mexico over Montana State. I had SMU over Nevada. And then Hawaii over Delaware State.
All right. Well, then we
So
will
I'm
count
probably
that.
going to start 0-1, but it doesn't bother me. Yeah.
5 seconds ago, Georgia Tech takes its timeout. And, folks, here we have it. This is the game here on the line. If he makes it, then the game is over. Georgia Tech wins. Now, if you remember what they're showing right now, go back to 2015 when
The uniforms used to be way better.
Georgia Tech blocked the field goal of Florida State, and Georgia Tech would take it back and win the game. I remember watching this play. It was amazing to watch. And now,
Initial thoughts, if this happens again, it's not be that it's gonna be a big deal, but then I don't know. I feel like if Florida State does win this game, is it really week 5 are we really gonna care?
right. So 44 yards, Aiden Burr coming out. Here's a snap. It's up. It is good. It's good. Georgia Tech is going to win.
That was unexpected.
Florida State, after thinking that they were unfairly left out of the playoff, they come out in the first game of the 2024 season and lose on a last-second field goal. Georgia Tech has won the game.
That was unexpected.
What a game.
All right, after that, how many games do you think Georgia Tech wins?
I don't know, but Georgia Tech, they're definitely in the contention to win that ACC.
One game? After one game? But no, I think the main thing is pressure probably got to Florida State. That and, I mean, they have a new quarterback, new running back. It's like Michigan's be the same way too.
Yeah.
Michigan's going to lose a bunch of games they shouldn't, so. And Florida State's probably still going to be in the playoff either way.
You know, in a sense, you have a quarterback muff a snap, lose yards, and then they hand the ball off, gain a couple of yards, and then you kick a game-winning field goal. You know what this kind of reminds me of?
What?
It reminds me of two specific Alabama plays over the years. Okay?
Okay.
What about that 2nd and 26, Tua Tagovailoa in the national championship game, throws it to Devontae Smith to win the national championship game. And then, of course, the one that they call Gravedigger, Jalen Milroe to Isaiah Bond in the corner of the end zone to beat Auburn in the Iron Bowl.
Fascinating.
Folks,
I don't know if you can really compare them because those were 2 touchdowns. This was a field goal.
Right. What a game, though. I mean, so, okay, I don't know if you answered it, but where do you see both of these teams going now that this happened in this game?
I don't think it really changes anything for me. I mean, like, I feel like you can't really, like, say, like, too much until, like, week 4 or 5. But I would say maybe, I think Georgia Tech probably 8-4 maybe. And then Florida State probably like 10-2. I think Florida State loses to Clemson.
The one thing I will say is that this puts Georgia Tech on the map. This is their moment to say, hey, we are a team to watch this season.
Kind of like Duke last year. Yeah, Duke. It feels kind of like Duke again.
Yeah.
But.
Well,
didn't Duke beat Clemson week 1?
Yeah.
So it's just that all over again.
Yeah.
And it even kind of looks like Mike Elko, sorry.
The difference is I think he's going to stay at Georgia Tech for a while because this is his alma mater.
True.
Well, nice having you on for the last few minutes of the game.
Yep, thank you for having me.
Yeah, so, well, you're 0-1 on your prediction.
Yep. Doesn't really bother me too much.
Well, there'll be more college football coming up a little bit later in the day, so.
I'm probably going to be 0-4.
Well, thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you again later. Good night.